Hello, everyone, and welcome to week number 9 of the Kombat Cup, presented to you by Stream Me, of course, and with you as always, Mr. Aquaman, and tonight, on the other side.
What's going on, everybody? Big D here. Super excited to be back, man. These weeks are going by with the blink of an eye. We're on, what, week 9 already out of 12?
Yes, we are, and this season is flying just like Season 1 did, and these points looking similar in places and not so similar in other places. There's been a little bit of a shakeup there at the top, and coming in here in the final weeks, it could get pretty crazy to see who actually makes it to the Season 2 finale, if we have some familiar faces or if we have some of the new guys, some of the even younger guys going in there. But tonight, we are short a couple of guys in the top in points, and we don't have Sonic Fox this week, we don't have Rewind this week, and it's going to get pretty crazy.
I mean, you take out, two of almost the staples that you normally see in the top 8s. It leaves for a lot of room for other guys to just kind of catch up, especially in points. I mean, you take a look here, you're seeing pretty much outside of Samij and Young Monster and Sonic Fox, and maybe even Tweedy, the rest of those spots, those are all up for grabs right now. I mean, we talk about how, counting this week, there's about 4 weeks left. Counting the Conquest Cup, those spots are not safe to anybody. I mean, you're looking at people towards the bottom like Full Auto and Frozen Acid and Star Charger, who have been much more consistent starting from a few weeks back now, that are quickly climbing through the ranks. It's leaving a lot of pressure on everybody else. I mean, Rewind sitting at 420 points right now, not going to be able to participate this week. That could be a serious problem for him, depending on the outcome of tonight.
Precisely. You can see guys like Illusions and Revolution try to get even higher, especially Illusions there, right there knocking at the door. And guys like Star Charger, I mean, those guys are consistent placers, and we'll see if they can do well here in the next, 3 weeks at this point. Or I believe there's 4 weeks left, including this week, to see if they can try to get into that top 8 spot for the Season 2 finale, chance of more money, and more prestige while they're at it. And speaking of winning and prestige, we got some highlights for you from this Thursday's Conquest, where congratulations to ScarsUnseen for taking it with Cyrax of all characters, bringing the hype. And here we go. Starting us off with some swag here. She's going to utilize the interactable into the bomb and get a full combo conversion here. Absolute nasty stuff. It was fantastic play from start to end. The one time going to sector for the odds selection of Retrotech with special forces here. You're going to see here, Retrotech actually should have taken us to a 2-2, but ScarsUnseen cleansing it out at the end, dodging the art kick and choosing to... If Retrotech would have gotten that full combo conversion, we'd be looking at a different story into Game 5. And ScarsUnseen, this was the match of the tournament for Scars, playing lights out against someone she says that she has trouble with, which is Revit Leafing, and just controlling Revit and using those bombs in the air, just really disrupting all the game plans that Revit tried to implement. And Revit went to all 3 variations of Tanya and still was running into the same problems of trying to find his way in on Cyrax. And when he did find his way, found himself into a looping vortex, it seemed, as Scars has some of the dirtiest setups you'll ever see.
I mean, we talk about all the time. You literally you can't prepare for some of the setups that she brings to the table. It's just, there's no other way to really look at it. I mean, you take a look even here, even when there's nothing else you can do about it, just getting away with the swaggiest setups that we've probably seen in the Kombat Cup.
Yeah, and this was from start to end, guys, and really played well. This was actually at the end of the night against Full Auto, and Full Auto just seemed to have no answer to the Cyrax that was coming from Scars, the mix-ups, and just played so smart. You see, putting yourself in a minus situation just by a couple frames, backdashing, checking accordingly, catching and pressing a button, and Goku Cooper here just falling apart.
I mean, how do you really prepare yourself for something like this? It's one thing to know the frame data for a character like Cyrax, but not what the character is capable of. And I think it's safe to say ScarsUnseen has definitely shown that she has.
Yeah, and has definitely earned her nickname of the Swag Queen of the Kombat Cup, or even self-titled. There's a bunch of names for ScarsUnseen, Swags on screen. There's a lot of great names for her. She's definitely a crowd favorite, and congratulations to her for winning that week of Conquest. And here we're just all night long. This was the beginning of the night. This was just a taste of things to come. And the NJP to get the hard knockdown close to her into a fun blockable, and it was rough to watch.
I mean, it depends on who you ask. This is beautiful stuff that I was looking at. I mean, you can see now when we talk about all the time, the level of hit confirms by Scars is just, it's on another level. To know the distance of which bomb to use, how many times you could use each bomb, when you could get that hard knockdown with the neutral jump punch. And you're seeing now just with the standing one anti-air to just consistently keep that sort of pressure going. And you have to give a little bit of a shout out to RetroTech to be able to block something like that.
Yeah, that was no easy block. Oh my gosh.
That was one of the hardest things to block. Even now, dealing with this corner pressure, she shows that she doesn't need the setups. You know, she has the spacing with these normals, and you kind of put that all together in a pot, and that's really what generates really a winner. And it showed last week with the Conquest Cup. I mean, just you take a look, like the level of swag, and just the fact that you look at someone like RetroTech who now has to witness that and has nothing else to do but to sit there and watch their life slowly tick away with something like that. It's almost an art to watch.
Exactly, and it was fun to watch the beginning and end. Again, shout-outs to ScarsUnseen for taking Conquest, and that was a great show. We can't wait to see her tonight in action again here on the Kombat Cup.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that. Who knows? She has a little bit of momentum riding on that win from Conquest Cup, so there's no telling what she could get here tonight. Pull a couple upsets, you don't know. We could see her very well in the top 16, maybe even the top 8.
And our first match for tonight that we're going to have on deck are going to be two familiar faces here in the Kombat Cup. We've got none other than Candyman himself against Anubis Black. Anubis Black is going to be coming in with a Cassie Cage, and Candyman's kind of all over. But we've seen more recently out of him. Master of Storms Raiden. We're going to see some orbs out on deck, and we did see him get an AOE kill with the orb 1 week. It was a couple weeks ago.
That's so crazy to do,
and it's so fun to watch.
Master of Storms is just one of those characters that obviously we don't normally get to see. So when we get to see it, it's kind of a treat. But you also have to think about if Master of Storms Raiden doesn't happen to work out. This guy was a smoke main from the very beginning of release. So you know he has smoke just in case something happens. You know, I've had a chance to play his smoke personally at Combo Breaker last year. Very solid back then. So there's no telling really just the kind of level that he's taken it to by this time. We're talking almost a full year ahead of schedule.
Precisely.
But also, it's one of those things, especially with Master of Storms Raiden, depending on who Anubis Black goes for. You mentioned Cassie Cage. If Master of Storms Raiden can keep her in the corner with those orbs, that's where he's going to thrive. Obviously, with Master of Storms, he doesn't have the teleport, which strictly exclusive to displays from the variation that we've seen the most. But he's also lacking a lot of the chip damage that Thunder God Raiden and Displaced Raiden brings to the table. So this is going to really be a fight for the corner.
Yeah, and it doesn't have the cancel to keep pressure going, so he has to utilize a lot of staggers. And if he decides to go to an orb in block pressure, I mean, that definitely opens himself for the opponent to check him, unless there's another orb on the screen to cover his back, which can get tricky because those orbs stay on the screen. And if there's an orb floating off in the abyss, and then he gets you to the other side of the screen and puts an orb out, and you're not thinking that the other orb is there, and you press a button, good games. You're about to get knocked down to another mix.
And not to mention, you even take out the fact that a lot of people probably aren't ready for a high-level Master of Storms. But you take a look at it, aside from that fact that the orbs themselves do 1% of life per tick every time you're near them. So you're sitting there watching your life tick away, trying to get out of that corner. You're forgetting that all he has to do is wait for you to jump, put that orb beside him, and that's an anti-air, and he's going to put you right back there in that corner. So Anubis Black is going to need to be very careful with his positioning. That's going to be really the focal point of this entire matchup. If he could keep himself out of that corner and keep Master of Storms Raiden on lockdown, that's the best thing he could do, while looking out for that wake-up. That Vicinity Blast is obviously a constant throughout all three of his variations.
And do not forget, guys, this is a check-in reminder. Everyone needs to check into their matches. Otherwise, they will be DQ'd for the night. It's going to be close to DQ time here coming up. And we got our first match on deck, and it is going to be Candyman versus Anubis Black. And we do have Tron Raiden here going with Gandy's Master of Storms. And Anubis Black going with his Aaron Black. This is the other character that he plays, but I would imagine him going with Cassie in this matchup.
This is going to be interesting. This is a tough one to call because Aaron Black still has a way out of the corner, but it's much more unsafe. He goes for an EX slide and that gets punished. You are looking at absolute death. But you take a look at it, on the other hand, Aaron Black having those tick grabs might prove to be very well if Candyman isn't ready for it. But here we go. Round number 1. Sticking with that Master Storm's weight and just kind of spacing out Aaron Black's normals. And that's exactly what we're talking about. The orb getting that first bar of meter just by throwing it out there.
And a rare beat-out on the NJP from Raiden. That thing is one of the most high-priority NJPs in the game. He's got great active frames and a big ol' hitbox, and there you go, not respecting that other orb you could not see on the screen, and Gandy already getting some tricks going.
Now, and that's going to be one of the beautiful things about this matchup if you're Gandy, man, is having those orbs set up. No doubt Anubis Black doesn't really have the timing down on when the orb disappears. So he's going to be keeping that in the back of his mind, but meanwhile, all you have to do is lock down Master Storm's ready. You make sure that that other orb does not come into play, and you're sitting in a comfortable position. Oh, Big Boot to try and keep those plus frames, and he's spacing out Aaron Black's normals perfectly, getting the big damage. No doubt going to keep that restand. And the EX Sarkatan stab. Going to keep himself in the corner. Unfortunately, no way around it.
And a raw sand grenade, and if Gandy had committed to anything quicker there in the corner, would have broken that armor. If he'd done a forward 1-2 might have broken it, but instead goes for the double Big Boot.
Oh, and that was an amazing trip guard off the 2-1-1-2 string.
But
Candyman was sitting comfortably before, could have just sat back. Now he needs to be very careful trying to get himself the life lead again. And just a down 3 into the grab, going to narrowly close out that second round, taking us to round number 3. Now, if Candyman wants to put himself in the right spot here, he needs to keep Anubis Black towards the corner. That interactable is now out of place, so there is no easy way out of the corner. This is where Candyman wants to move in.
Getting the orb
Sets up that extra orb there just to put the pressure on. You see the threat of it alone, but Anubis Black just staying so confident in his spacing.
And had the balls to whiff punish the Shocker, which he could have easily punched into the active frames of it.
And this is going hell in a handbasket real quick as Candyman is slowly watching his life tick away. The orb is in play. He needs to get it out there and start getting some good damage. Oh, and now just look at that extra life tick. And the trade. No.
And armor's out just in time.
That is the definition of a tragedy. He had the Gaio music playing right there and still couldn't scout out that armor. It was so close.
Everything went perfect for Gandy, but unfortunately left a gap on the screen, and good stuff for Anubis Black to just try that get out of jail free card and slide his way into game number 2 here and up 1-0, but that was really close, and we'll see what happens here in game number 2. Gandy kind of going around. I know he's got a Shinnok. I know he's got a couple other characters on in his pocket, but that looked good enough to where I'd still feel confident in the pick going into game number 2.
Absolutely. There was no reason for him to stay off of, to get off of Master of Storm's Raiden here. He had the right idea, kept him close to the corner for a good part of the set. Unfortunately, with Aaron Black's strings and his combos, has a lot of carry from corner to corner. So once Anubis Black got that momentum, it was really hard to keep him in the corner. Just really didn't scout out that EX slide, but that could have really brought it back. But it's a good presence of mind for Anubis Black to stay composed, even when he's watching all of that health tick away from the orb.
In a raw EX slide, that's confidence right there in your play.
He's feeling himself too, and having that narrow win of the game 1 is definitely going to make him a little bit more confident going into game number 2. But Candyman quickly turning the tides, already has his back away from that corner. And you see, even with the pressure, Anubis Black knows that Aaron Black's strings give him good pushback to slowly creep away from the corner, more towards mid-screen. Get that EX Vicinity Glass into the grab.
One of the best armor moves in the game and barely makes it over. He got in that string.
Wow, and that is the second time in a row that 2-1-1-2-2 string is beating out Raiden's neutral jump punch. You really don't see it that often.
Oh, and a great anti from Anubis Black. I'm not even sure what normal that was, to be completely honest with you. That was out of nowhere. And great reaction from Anubis Black, just taking the life out of Gandy here, trying to put some nails in the coffin.
Tell me that was Aaron Black's back too, that we haven't seen in ages. That wasn't even that was not a reaction. That was one of the hardest reads he could have possibly made right now. And it was so beautiful to see something like that. Oh, could have got a punish on the whip command grab, but now Game Man going through the little bits of damage, keeping his distance, and hopefully going to try and force Anubis Black to kind of come a little bit more towards him. Master Storms has a little bit of the keep away game between his orbs and... Oh wow, he just clipped him with that slide and spinning the bar to get the extra damage.
And the corner push of Superman going to get some orbs up. And not beating out the NJP this time and getting that round.
God, the dunk by Raiden's neutral jump punch.
Final round. Fight.
Normally never ceases to fail, but Anubis Black has been kind of controlling that.
Yeah,
EX command.
that's something that most players are frightened to press a button against because it will just swallow you whole into a full combo, corner carry, potential mix-up.
Needs to be careful. Gotta watch his feet there. Get Anubis Black off that bottom. What the? Wow, that was a hell of a jump punch there. We're seeing now all that damage taking away for one mistake.
Oh! And another anti-air from him. He has anti-aired with 3 different buttons. It may be 4 to 5 different buttons at this point. What a nice little stand jab. And it has been great how he's controlled almost all aspects of the match. Gandy's tried to fight and scrap his way into these rounds, but Anubis Black's been in full control.
I mean, we're seeing it now. Anubis Black has made his statement that the air belongs to him. That is his area. He has not given Gandy Man a chance to get away with one jump in attack. He's either stuffed the neutral jump punch or he's anti-aired every single one of his jump-ins. So now Gandy Man needs to really take a second and work more towards a ground game approach because clearly the jump punches are just not going to work here tonight. Now going into game number 3, Gandy Man really needs to make something happen. The worst thing you could have happen to you is have really close matches but still get 3-0'd, especially going into really one of the first rounds here in week number 9.
Yeah, and Anubis Black, I don't know if he backed out or got disconnected there, but we're going to get him back in here for the 3rd game and see what happens.
Now, I didn't really get to see it, but this is actually kind of a blessing in disguise if you think about it. If you're a Gandy Man, you want to take a second to think, is it time to bring out that smoke? Because now Raiden has been getting him into the 3rd round for both matches now, but it's just not closing out. There's something missing there that he's just not doing. Maybe he's not familiar on dealing with this sort of Aaron Black gameplay. But I think Smoke might be the right decision to make here. He's played Smoke since day 1. It's a decision he needs to make. And he's going to take some time to think about it. You did mention Shinnok. He is thinking about Shinnok.
And goes to Samurai Bone Shaper. We haven't seen a good old Samurai Bone Shaper in a long time. Not since the days of DJT and Wound Cowboy.
Oh. You got to miss those days, man. Yep. Hey, even then, DJT's just waiting. He's just waiting. You know he's just sitting back, enjoying a couple weeks.
Big D, I will never forget this in all of my life. Walking into, I believe it was a Summer Jam venue and walking up to the team tournament, and we had to play Yomi, and all I hear is DJT walk up, and he goes, "I am a samurai," and I'll never forget that in my entire life, and he picked Shinnok right out of the gate.
I actually picture his face clearly with that too. Moving in, Anubis Black making quick work of Gandy Man's Bone Shaper right now. We haven't even seen Gandy Man hit a button yet, to be completely honest. And this is tough to watch because if you're Gandy Man, you're looking at this like, man, I made the wrong choice. Stand up.
Yeah, especially when getting flawless by your the counter pick in your mind, that's just icing on the cake for your opponent. And using the hit stun off that back two and going for the mix and everything going right for Anubis Black right now, playing lights out.
And just whiffing the side. He's just trying a whole bunch of stuff. Really at this point, getting these tip grabs, getting all of this damage even outside of his combos. EX sliding right through. He's going to make sure that Gandy Man is as suffocated as possible. But now Gandy Man getting that back three to connect, and now it's his turn to get some damage on the. We saw just how quickly Gandy Man was looking on pretty much his tournament life. And now the life lead is relatively even, but just as I say it, Anubis Black just staying as patient as he needed to, even when he lost that momentum. And unfortunate for Gandy Man, really just was not as strong of a showing as when he had Master Storms rated.
And he looked to build the space there when he had the bar and 3/4 built. Looked to try to backdash and get a Hell Spark on the screen, but that puts you in a guess. And Anubis Black finally didn't have the meter to blow it up with a slide, which had been doing consistently in that round, and got caught backdashing. And then he actually had the breaker on the slide, but either opted not to and succeeded the match, or just wasn't able to react in time. But he did have the breaker on that slide to try to give him one last chance. And Gandhi unable to do it. And Anubis will advance here 3-0.
It could have been a number of things. Also, if you take a look at how that last match started out of the gate, getting flawless on Game Man might have been just a little bit tilted, not just been aware that he had that breaker. You know, it's tough to kind of make that hard decision going into game number 3, knowing that you're locked into that character for the remainder of the entire set and realizing it just wasn't working out the way it went in your head.
Exactly.
But Candyman, obviously, we've seen him week in and week out. Obviously, we're going to see him again as we move forward in the next few weeks of season number 2.
And let's actually take a couple looks at what happened in that match. We got a couple highlights for you, especially going back to that game number 1 ending where it was close. It was down to the wire, and it got crazy here.
Oh, it almost hurts to watch. See something like that. You knew Candyman had that match in his hands and just had it taken out. And then right there, you take a look at it. That back to anti-air, the hardest read of the set, no doubt, by Anubis Black. Getting that conversion and closing out that first round narrowly was clutch. I mean, because if Candyman got that clean jump in, that was his round. And who's to say if he got that first round where that momentum could have taken him? But I think really between the corner positioning that Anubis Black prevented from Candyman and with those anti-airs, you put those together, that's the recipe for that entire set.
And confirmed that was a back 1 normal.
It was a back 1?
Shout out
that just goes to show you we don't see those sort of things.
Yeah, and especially Outlaw at that. You know, Outlaw was kind of buried in the dirt when Sonic Fox finally dropped him and made the switch over to Gunslinger, and that's really what we've seen since. And rest in peace, Marksman, who I think has never been used in competitive play. Okay, let's go back in the archives of our minds. Who was the last Marksman Aaron Black that you remember in competitive play?
Hayate.
Really?
Remember he brought out Hayate?
Well, you know,
Hayate brought out Marksman for a little bit. It
Yeah.
didn't go exactly as he wanted it to go, but we saw a little bit of the swag that Hayate's been known for.
I haven't seen him consistently.
You don't see it.
Darth Arma back in the beginning, and
I remember.
And no one knows this, but week 1, Captain Oxygen from back in the Injustice days also played a Marksman Aaron Black. But let's not get into that. We are next match on deck for you guys. We've got one of the best Liu Kangs to ever grace the Kombat Cup in Kinetic Sicarios versus Blue Sub. Blue Sub.
Is he playing Sub-Zero?
No, he is not.
See, that's a blow-up, man. You can't just do that to us, all right?
Blue Sub, and he
like
comes
having
out
best
with
that kid
Kenshi.
Raiden play someone else other than Raiden. And Kenshi, no less. Well, you know what? You're going to give him props because he's going to balance. Balance, as we saw from Titanium Tigers not too long ago, Balance has his own spot here in the competitive scene. And especially against Liu Kang. The last thing you want to do is be up close and personal with Liu Kang. And Balance definitely has a underrated keep away.
Especially Dragon's Fire, where that health can literally melt away when he's got...
And you take a look, and the last thing you want to do is get burned up close by Liu Kang. He's taking all that chip damage, but you see, when he's getting up close, he's going to go for the relatively safe strings, possibly a stagger, and he's going to want to spend that meter to stay as plus as possible. But there goes the meter, using on the breaker. The next hit will no doubt be kill. Oh my god, didn't have the stamina to get... Is that death? Oh my god, that's
meterless
death.
damage, 30%. That's actually some big boy meterless damage in the game, and Balance is definitely known for it.
And that was very smart by Blue Sub to get that punish right at the start, knowing that Sicarios didn't have the stamina to go for the cancel. So the fireball came out, got the punish, and here we go. He has Sicarios in the corner. You see him ending these strings pretty quick. But this is probably worst case scenario right now. Sicarios, just the only thing he really needs to keep out for right now is the use of the meter burn. He wants to stay away from that armor, and there it is right there. That's exactly what I was talking about.
And so far, Blue's done a great job of racking to the movement of Sicarios, just waiting his turn. And this looks like a little bit of unfamiliarity from Sicarios, as Blue's actually caught him with a bunch of staggers on the strings that, you know, if you haven't labbed against Kenshi, may catch you off guard. And think may have been able to close out there, but big drop and uses that gigantic arc kick
Okay.
that we see so much from usage from Tweedy, and just jumping up and back roundhousing him in the back of the head to close it out there.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was not expecting Sicarios to go down so fast. I mean, Sicarios is one of, you know, especially if you go all the way back to season 1, Sicarios has been pretty high up there. Top 32s, top 16s, maybe a couple top 8s sprinkled here and there.
Yeah, and
now you have Blue Sub coming in with Balance Kenshi taking 2 straight rounds so far. Not to say that those were convincing rounds, but you look at what Sicarios has done in the past. I mean, if I'm Sicarios, I'm a little bit shaken right now because A, he's going up against Balance Kenshi, which is not one of the variations you would normally see from a Kenshi main. And B, one played so well, even up close against Liu Kang.
And from Sicarios right there, going for some high-level swag to start us off, but drops it, and that is some more momentum that he might lose trying to go for something crazy like that. And we got some great damage from some Blue Sub and the reverse positioning back into the corner. He's going to try to stagger him, and both these guys throwing out some legs right now.
The pressure that we're talking about is still not scouting out that EX shoulder. Oh, the presence of mind by the parry. He had the right idea, just a little bit off on the timing. But the 1-1-1 and the Rising Karma forcing Sicarios to break. There you go, going for the little bit of stagger streak. Sicarios is out of the stamina, spends the meter. Very smart choice being able to close out that first round.
Round 2.
But now Blue Sub has 2 bars to spend here. Really the best thing he wants to do right now is kind of switch positions, keep the 2 bars for as long as possible, but he might want to consider breaking. No, he's going to eat all of this damage, and Sicarios just narrowly dropping that combo but picking up right where he left off. Now Blue Sub forced to break.
And the breaker coming a little too late as he's lost about 65% of his health, and now he has to try to fight his way back in, but some good damage here is going to do it.
Wow, and spending the bar, look at all of this damage!
42 big boy damage right there. Hello.
Oh, and the Rising Karma, but still no punish by Sicarios. He needs to be careful with those punishes. And now Blue Sub almost sitting on a full bar, has 1 bar meter to spend. Will he end up using it? He does! Keeps Sicarios off of him. Needs to be very careful. This is a chip out situation, and Sicarios narrowly escaping it with some of the crispiest Liu Kang pressure.
And something we haven't seen this entire match, we haven't seen one teleflurry. I mean, he's actually opted to play the up-close game with Sicarios.
There is a new king.
And I mean, we're at 1-1, but that was pretty convincing. We'll see if he tries to change up his playstyle to more of a zoning type of variation that Balanced actually is. But, I mean, the up-close game paid off for him early. A couple reads here and there. We'll see what changes.
Now, it's weird. You could kind of take a look at that from a few different viewpoints. You take a look from the fact that maybe he's respecting Sicarios, knows the balanced matchup. He knows 1 duck on that high Blade Fury, and he's running in for a full combo. So maybe he's kind of a little bit nervous to throw it out there. Maybe he wants to take the risk every once in a while and throw Sicarios off of his timing with the zoning. But we're seeing now Sicarios is getting a little bit more comfortable with the pressure. You just run right at the start of the match, and already 50% down. Blue Sub needs to be very careful here. If he tries to spend the bar, he's going to be off a bar meter, and just like that, getting that parry, reflecting that fireball away. But he has one hell of a hill to climb. Goes for the grab to get just a little bit of damage. And really at this point, finally throwing out some Blade Furies, at the very least, build a little bit more meter going into round number 2. And spend meter, try to get some of the life back, just cost him there.
Oh, throwing that a little bit too early on the reflect, not reacting. He's trying to kind of read it and not react to what's on the screen. And Sicarios is running away with this match right now, and Blue's got to adapt.
And Sicarios played that really smart because he's kind of buffering that fireball input and just waiting for Blue Sub to kind of get faked out, and that's what really got him that first match. And he's right back in on him. As we saw, probably one of the scariest pressure characters in the game, who's dealing with all of these plus frames, and Blue Sub trying to find a way to use his meter, unfortunately used it as a breaker. And the staggers and the grab is just proving to be too much. Sicarios looking like he finally adapted to Balance Kenshi. Really not much you could do here. Blue Sub just stuck in the corner through that entire second round. And that's a tough one because Blue Sub started off perfectly. So the match, first match went perfectly. Second match went into Sicarios' favor, and now this, giving Sicarios a 2-1 lead. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, this is a big mountain to climb back from. When you're down 2 games, and the last 2 games went as quick as they did for in Sicarios' favor, especially that last round where it was an absolute. It was down to a flawless there in the final round.
We have to be real here. But now he's gonna go possess Kenshi. We'll have to see if maybe he feels as comfortable with possess as he did with balance. This goes back to what we were talking about with Gandyman against Anubis Black. The first round is really going to set the momentum here for Blue Sub.
Round 1.
And what Possessed gives him really over Balanced is more opportunities to mix up his opponent and try to open him up. Balanced is a little more straightforward, whereas Possessed has the mixes off the demons and has the teleport in just in case he needs to get in now guard.
In my opinion, you take a look at the 2 variations, they almost play completely different from one another. Blue Sub now has to get himself in that mindset to play this more aggressive playstyle that Possessed really has to offer. See, now he finally has Sicarios in the corner, definitely much more of a threat than Balanced is, but at the same time, he's going to have to let these mixes work if he wants to get that damage in there. But Sicarios getting that 4-4 to connect. What was that? What? The running back and forth, that even threw me off. No doubt Blue Sub had no idea what was going on. Imagine if this was back to block. That would have been a dirty setup. But now Sicarios getting some of that pressure going. Armoring through, trying to keep as much of the momentum as he possibly can. Just trading some pokes here. The 2-1, but no conversion by Sicarios. In the back one connecting. Blue Sub immediately breaking. He wants to make something happen.
And
down 2 him straight out of the air.
And playing a mid-range game now as they're both trying to find their way in, and just a raw jumper from Sicarios and finds himself into, I believe it was a back 3 range, and taken away with a big damage, drops the combo, and now Blue trying to get things going. Great hit confirmed into the demon and the switch into the corner, and now he's going to try to apply some mix of his own, but has to watch out for the 2 bars he's sitting on. It comes off both of them immediately and just checks him with the down 2. It's Sicarios.
Silver Eye special.
That was absolutely savage.
You know Silver Eye is known for that. And that really just... That's as dominant as it could possibly get. Blue Sub looked like he might have had a chance to bring something back, but try to get something going. We knew that spending the 2 bars with Liu Kang gives him that +1 or +2, I believe. So that's just the point where you have to kind of take whatever's coming next. That down 2, you felt the ground shake with that to close out that set. But Sicarios, as we've seen him many times in the past, moving on, advancing early on in week number 9.
Yep, congratulations.
Blue Sub putting up a valiant effort. We do have to give him the props for putting on a little bit of a show with balance, but Sicarios kind of adjusted just as quickly as he needed to.
Exactly, and we have a Kombat Cup veteran on deck for you guys as we have Clean Kills Echo. That's right, boys. ADM's CK's Echo is going to be on deck for you guys here next on the Kombat Cup.
I could tell.
Versus Cradwell.
I could tell you practice that. You know what? I got to respect that because you got to give props to Echo, man. I mean, you're doing his personality very well.
Exactly, and you know, there's no better form of flattery than I forgot the rest of that sentence. But anyway,
imitation. Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Imitation is the best form of flattery.
Because you guys know here in Kentucky or Tennessee, wherever backwoods neck of the woods I'm from, you know, out here, you know, imitation is a great form of respect. And you know what? My good friend Aquaman just pays homage to me week in and week out of the Kombat Cup, even though I can't be there, commentating these matches. But I'm going to put on a good show for you guys on the screen this time with my Thunder God Raiden. And it's going to be coming up next. But before then, we want to talk about Catalyst Mints, guys. Catalyst Mints, 3 energy mints equals 1 energy drink. It's all natural. None of that preservatives. It's none of that terrible stuff for you. But go check them out at catalystmints.com. It's a wonderful energy product. All safe, all natural. Gives you a great energy boost, no crash, and 20 mints in 1 tin. Now, if you do the math, that's pretty much 7 energy drinks in 1 little tin. And if you go there, use discount code STREAMY and save you 5%. And coming up next, we do have Echo versus Cradwell or Cradwell. I hope I'm pronouncing that as close to correct as possible.
I'm going to go with the first one. I'm going to say it's Cradwell. I'm going to call him Crad, man. I'm calling him Crad. It's going to be Echo versus Crad. Echo, no doubt, going to stick with Raiden, Thunder God, straight out of the gate. Now, we've seen him do relatively well against some of the top dogs here. We've seen him do pretty well against Rev leaving. Unfortunately, not really closing it out. But he was only missing one or two key points. He really, the last time we saw him, if I remember correctly, he was a little bit unsure with his anti-airs, especially against Alcatraz the other week. To my, if my memory serves me well.
And we've even seen him here in season number 2 take out Samij's Molina and forcing Samij onto Cassie Cage where he had to close that out against Echo. And he's had some really good weeks, and we're always glad to see him here week in and week out, and we'll see what he can do tonight.
I'm really hoping to see it, man, because, you know, Raiden, obviously, when we get to see it, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be displayed. So we had the treat to get to watch Master Storm Sound. Now we just need that trifecta with the Thunder God himself. And I don't know. I'm really kind of pulling for him here. I would like to see him go up, you know, to advance further in these tournaments because we've seen him. The execution has always been on point. The execution has never been the issue. He just needs to have faith in his own reads, and more so the anti-airs are a huge issue, especially with Raiden, who has so many highs as a ground game. You need to be able to establish dominance with the anti-airs. But Cradwell, not too familiar with. I don't know if maybe you have a backstory on him. What kind of characters does he like to play? I see him. He's in the chat.
Yeah, one of the few guys that I don't have too much knowledge on as far as character-wise. And we get to see another Kenshi on deck and possessed at that.
Goes right back to what we were talking about before. Possessed Kenshi, definitely one of the more fan favorites when you're picking Kenshi. Very hard to beat if you're not ready for that matchup, and we'll have to see how Echo fares against this. I think the first match is really going to kind of set the momentum because we have no doubt. The one thing Cradwell has on his side is that factor is the surprise factor. If he happens to lose with Kenshi, we have no idea who he's going to go next. We don't know what his Kenshi is capable of. So Echo's going to need to be very careful. Goes with the back one. Very nice presence of mind for Echo to block that EX. No doubt that would have done some ridiculous damage. And here we go. Echo keeping that execution right where he wants it. And just this damage, the mauling in the corner. Cradwell immediately breaking. But he's going to want to try and challenge those teleports as much as possible. Otherwise, Cradwell's going to be able to kind of walk all over him. Cradwell falling for these staggers. And the chip alone would do it, but Echo goes for the grab just in case. Cleanly closing out that first round.
Yeah, Cradwell maybe just pressing too many buttons there, and Echo's pressure because he did not put too many gets. And wow, what a crazy conversion, but doesn't get the full combo. It looked like that demon was going to be for naught, and every string and everything that Thunder God does puts you back in the corner because Daddy just wants to mix you all day.
Oh, and no punish on the up-close lightning ball there. Cradwell just kind of frantically trying to get something started, and he's getting a lot of lifts. And he seems to be let going block a little bit too soon before it's his turn. Echo making sure it's his turn all day long with all of these staggers, all of the chip damage. And now he really has no need to go after Cradwell. He's going to let Cradwell just kind of hang himself here.
Definitely just sitting back and letting him whiff in front of him, punishing with that back one. And Echo is playing fantastic right now. And now coming off all the meter, he doesn't have to respect anything. And putting that plus orb in front of him just says, don't come near me. And then he's going to come to you. Try to get the plus frames on the big boot, doesn't get it. And a savage run-up throw from Cradwell, putting him back in the corner. But he has 2 Vicinity Blasts on deck. And, I mean, there's not much you can do to escape that when you have your back to the corner and staring at 2 Vicinity Blasts. There's just no way out of it.
And you know what? Cradwell looked like he was starting to get a little bit more comfortable. Maybe it's just a little bit of nerves going into, you know, one of the first matches of the night. The first round was a complete scatter. But towards the end of the second round, it seemed like he was a little bit more conservative with throwing out his moves. Took his time to really wait for the right opportunity to really kind of establish some sort of pressure. Got the reverse guy to put him in the corner, but then just didn't read one of those Vicinity Blasts. Echo, being a tournament veteran, going to multiple offline events, including all the Kombat Cups that he's not only casted, but been a part of, he knows he was in the life lead to the point where he could stay composed. Going into game number 2 here, starting off with the EX overhead, getting that first hit, making sure Echo has as the smallest amount of meter that he could possibly have. We know that Thunder God is no stranger to being
Oh, and actually breaks the
God.
demon. There's so many hits of the lightning. They say lightning never strikes the same place twice, but it hit him about 40 times in 1 second there.
That was a solid 40 to 50 times. And then I love what how Echo uses that EX lightning ball to keep the plus frames and try to keep Crabwell in the corner. But now he's going to go for the zoning game. There's no reason to go after him right now. But Crabwell tried to jump over the second part of that Thunder God string. It was the right idea, just the wrong timing. You see now Crabwell, he's consistently going for these low demons. You might want to try and go for the overhead every once in a while. It might throw Echo off of his timing. But now the reverse grab, don't count Crabwell out just yet. Another low demon. And another low demon, every single one of them getting blocked.
Oh, and it catches him with the raw up demon, and hello.
No way.
What a comeback from Crabwell.
Unfortunate for Echo. Didn't have the life to really trade with that low demon there. Crabwell narrowly closing that out. This is not where you want to be. Echo, no doubt, is very happy with his positioning right now. Gonna get the little bit of damage, keep that restand going, and letting the back two rip, forcing Crabwell to break.
And Raiden gets so much damage off of that back two. And wow, what a savage check from Cradwell. This man just wants to send a message to Echo. He says, I'm a savage, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. But gets the full conversion off of the vicinity blast. Very smart stuff. Turning into an armored launcher and barely staying outside of that orb range where any touch would have led to a full combo, but Echo clutching it out.
And I tell you, Crabwell is doing so well getting his pressure started, but he's almost always going for the low demon option. And Echo's really just kind of waiting for it. Because it looks like Echo would much rather take the hits off of the overhead than deal with the full combo off of the low demon.
Precisely, and the overhead is actually, I believe, only what, plus 2, or it's not very plus on hit. So there's something you need to check or backdash if you're not in the corner. So you have options against the overhead if you opt to just eat the low.
Oh, and try to get that.
Oh!
The demons together, and then we get to see it. I love it.
Wow, that came out of nowhere like an RKO, because just the tip of the lightning caught Cradwell not pressing a button there, or even pressing a button there at the end, and sending him into a million pieces as Echo goes up 2-0 here.
I mean, you're taking a look at what Crabwell's doing on offense. It seems to be going pretty well outside of what we talked about by not using that overhead option, but his defense just seems to be another story. It's almost like he's not okay with not being able to get pressure. He seems to get very antsy to get something started, and he's letting go a block, and Echo's just getting these conversions and pushing him all the way towards the corner, and the rest is history. And being able to get the brutal is just... That's kind of like the icing on the cake.
Exactly,
man.
Icing on the cake right there. And I got a big update off stream real quick, guys. Both Monster Bros have been DQ'd, so that is another shakeup in the points that, you know, they're not going to get points this week, and all these guys are just going to do nothing but gain them.
That's a huge, almost, you might want to call it a breath of relief for some of these other players that are neck and neck with points. So here we go. Crabwell's still going for that low hit. Almost whenever he's going for the overhead, it usually ends up working. So I'm hoping he ends up picking up on that. But meanwhile, Echo has done a very good job containing Crabwell and forcing him to use all of his meter as more of an offensive tool rather than use that EX overhead that Possessed Kenshi has.
Letting go just a second to
Fury.
Oh, and catching Echo on Wake Up and gets the reversal back into the corner. That was actually incredibly smart from Cradwell. Got Echo waking up, not blocking, into a launch and got the reverse back into the corner. Smart stuff, but Echo has so much meter now. If he gets into the corner, which he does here, if he opens them up, we're going to see some EX.
Going for the big boot
on deck.
Has it whiffed. That's a tough break because even though he still has him in the corner, but the back two, no punish on the back two. Definitely a sigh of relief on Echo's side because that is otherwise death on block. Oh, and gets it, but no follow up there either. Crabwell is just having a lot of trouble right now.
And the read.
That's dogged on.
Reading that Crabwell was trying to get out of the corner. He's just going to apply some pressure, and he's got 3 orbs. If he wants to use them, but he's going to try to hold on to this, going into a potential Third round here comes off 1 bar for the Vicinity Blast, but still has a breaker. Smart stuff from Echo. Still holds on to the breaker going to the round number 3. Or potential added pressure with those EX orbs.
And you know what? Crabwell is really just missing a few key things here. He's doing pretty well from full screen, but he just gets too antsy. You see now, he's getting stuck because he's not respecting Raiden's forward 1. And that's a huge tool if you're Raiden. And there's the Echo setup right there. The EX Lightning Ball keeping the plus range and getting the conversion on hit.
Ooh.
Crabwell narrowly switching positions here. And that's another thing we haven't seen. Crabwell hasn't really gone for too much teleporting pressure. We see other possessed Kenshis like Tweedy making the most absolute use of it. And really just, whether they're blocking it or not, getting the meter build that he needs. But this is probably going to do it. And Crabwell just not holding block. And another brutality. Spinning out of control as Echo. A dominant 3-0 over Crabwell.
Looking really strong and advancing here in the Kombat Cup. Congratulations to him.
I mean, there's really not much else to say about it. Crabwell tried to put up a fight, and just Echo was just kind of... You take a look at all points across the board, and Echo really just had the answer to everything Crabwell was doing. His defense was super on point. You take a look at the no mix-up, having Crabwell going for the low demon 9 times out of 10. Echo still having the presence of mind to block every single one of those low demons and stay away from that ridiculous chunk of damage that Possessed Kenshi can bring.
Absolutely.
So now,
and up next,
advancing.
Yep. Echo is going to move on to, I believe, what is going to be round number 3 or round number 2, depending on if there was a buy in there or not. And Crazy 88 Real Harris versus Emperor Nyx is coming up, and Nyx, the hype bringer of last week with that Goro play, and it was outstanding. And that
was 100% one of the biggest treats to watch here in the Kombat Cup, no doubt. Especially with all those scalps that he got, with Sonic Fox being one of them. That's a huge statement going into the next week. That's almost going to be a hard performance to top, but I'm sure he's got a couple tricks up his sleeve. Not to mention, I don't think anyone's going to be ready for that caliber of Goro play. But as we're getting that set up, give a quick shout out to Smash.gg. You guys know the drill. They've been doing everything for us since the very beginning of the Kombat Cup. One of the most user-friendly websites to use for anything as far as tournaments go. Kombat Cups, offline events, personal LAN events, you name it. Go ahead and check them out. Super friendly and responsive admin staff to mention as well. So big shout out to them. Thank you guys very much. And we appreciate it. You take a look, even when you look at it on the side, all the other tournaments that you've recently visited, you'll be able to go see right there on the left-hand side. So it goes back to being such a user-friendly site. And that's really all there is to it. But now, if you go back into the set that we're trying to get set up here, you take a look at Crazy 88 Real Harris. We've seen a variety of characters from him, have we not?
Absolutely. And the mainstay being HQT Predator, being one of the top HQTs in the scene right now, with great mix-ups, great stagger pressure. And we'll see who he picks against Goro. And if Nyx even goes with Goro, and he does go with that Dragon Sphinx play, and there's no way he's going to go anyone other than Goro after last week. And look, now Crazy 88 Real Harris going with Spectral. That should be interesting. Spectral we hardly see in competitive play. And Spectral, if he gets things going, is one of the higher damaging characters in the game in the corner meterlessly.
100%.
Yeah, and if he gets those float combos going, they hurt. And he has one of the best reversal specials in the game with Headbutt. Very fast, does a lot of damage, and it's great at the end of a match. And it makes your opponent absolutely frightened. But Nyx is taking all.
Now, I already see what Harris is trying to do here. He's going to go for a lot of these teleport cancels to kind of throw Emperor Nyx off and really kind of go for more of a zoning approach. But at the same time, he needs to be careful with these teleports. That is not something you want to deal with. That damage really starts to add up. And Nyx just going to spend the bar, close out that first round. Harris has the right idea here, but he needs to be way more careful throwing out all these zoning pressure out. But now we're seeing the forward 2-1 hit confirm.
Yeah,
just dropping the end of it there.
Ooh, and it looked like it caught him after the armor. That was real smart from Real Harris.
And Ermac's down 1, being 6 frames, is going to be a godsend here going into this matchup.
Oh, and
seeing that Goro relies a lot on those down 1 mind games with all of his different options. The down 1 by Ermac is definitely going to be able to challenge that.
But a great round from Real Harris as he got some of the damage going from Spectral, but could have gotten more damage off each of those combos. He actually dropped both of them. So it's going to be interesting when we see him landing these full combos. And there's that headbutt coming in with so much damage added on top of it.
So you're trying to get that Spectral mix going, but Nyx has some serious defense going on right now. Not even worrying about exploiting the gaps in between those hits. He's very content with dealing with the chip damage and waiting for his turn. Goro is an absolute monster up close with his damage, not to mention his pressure, which I think is why Harris tried going for Spectral in the beginning, hoping that he could really just keep Goro away, keep that meter build between the teleport cancels and the head slams. Even if he blocks it, that's a lot of meter building. But that match went completely different than what Harris was thinking in the beginning. But he's going to go with Spectral again and hopefully maybe tighten up some of these loose ends that he had.
And what's so scary about Goro is the down 1 mix-up that he has with down 1 command grab, down 1 take throw command grab, down 1 safe special and punch walk, and in the spin, which is actually safer than punch walk. And he can mix it up so well, and that lets him get away with multiple down 1s. And if you catch you not blocking, that command grab does a great amount of damage. And he mixes it up really well.
Oh, and Nyx still has the presence of mind of blocking. It almost seems like he has the fuzzies down, but Harris not being able to anti-air Goro's telestops. Ermac, no doubt, really actually trade those hits, go with the down 4 or the back 1. But Harris getting some pressure of his own, beautiful amount of damage. And now this is really where Spectral shines. He's going to try and keep him in the corner, but Emperor Nyx going to do everything he can to at least keep himself away from the corner going into round number 2. A moral victory, nevertheless, for Nyx.
And very good read on the forward run, and then punishing with the headbutt. Great start for Real Harris here in game number 2.
And tried the back 1 with punish. That punch walk just narrowly missing the timing, and Nyx spending the bar, getting the full damage. And this is the scary part with Goro. You take a look at the amount of momentum and the health just melting from Harris right now. And he's just going to try and get out of the corner. But the plus frames in the chip, 100% guaranteed. Nyx not only easily taking that second round, but building enough meter to contend with Harris coming into round number 3.
Yeah, and coming off 2 bars early. They both went into round number 3 with full 6 of butter. And both of these guys coming off so many resources right now. But Real Harris still has a breaker.
Nyx really doesn't need to worry about his meter. He knows Goro is an absolute monster when it comes to building meter. And now Crazy 88, Real Harris, needs to be very careful. One more clean jump and might actually be able to close out this match, but
ooh,
he's sitting
and
on
raw projectiles, and Real Harris had 2 bars of meter. That was incredibly scary.
He ate that projectile. He took that projectile to the face.
Both times, and if he would have headbutted in between either one of those, we'd be looking at a different story right now.
You know, it almost looks like Harris is kind of focusing a little bit too much on Spectral's, with his pressure and the mix game that Spectral has to offer without going for the little bit of damage with his actual strings. So it seems to be he's going to stay away from Spectral, go back to the bread and butter that is HGT Predator, which I think is a smart move, if for any other reason to try and zone out Goro a little bit easier.
Exactly. He's not going to have the mobility to really get around that stomp as well as Predator's forward run. Not as good as Ermac's. We'll see what happens. And there's the down 1 mix-up already early from Nyx. The down 1 command throw went up to Mix again off of it and just checking him on the smart disc and getting it right off the screen.
And Nyx is making such a good use of that EX telestop to kind of not only stay away from Harris, but make sure the pressure is going in his favor. Gets the hard knockdown, but this is where Harris shines. You take a look at that amount of zoning. Didn't have enough meter to get the combo going, but he's content with the little bits of damage. But this is not where he wants to be. Nyx will close out this round, no doubt, with a little bit of damage. And just being able to spend that meter after Goro gets it so easily. Harris needs to really focus on staying away, but he has his back towards the corner. All of these plus frames while Nyx is building that meter. Beautiful reverse grab to keep himself away from the corner. Now has all this room behind him to work with. Put down with a punch ball, immediately opening him up.
And a great side switch and a decent damage still. 33% gets the knockdown. An HQT character where you don't really fear on knockdown unless he's got 2 bars like he did.
Oh my god, that hit confirm was so beautiful. And all this damage, no doubt, going for the boot, gets the setup. What's it going to be? Doesn't respect the double hitting armor and the plus frame.
Is plus.
It's going to be champ damage regardless.
And shooting the green liquid to the sky. Oh my gosh, that looked so beautiful. And only on HQT Predator, that was absolutely disgusting as Nyx puts on a show for us once again. And look at him moving on to the bracket.
Where did that brutality come from? I've never seen that.
I've never seen that one either. And the fact that the acid or the Predator ooze followed the head up to the sky was something else.
I didn't know what happened.
That was something out of a Nickelodeon
slime
show.
All over the screen, and half the body was just gone. But next, showing that's a hell of a performance. Continue off of his streak last week. You know, you take a look at how well he did last week, taking out Fox, getting into the top 8, even the top 4 from what I remember, and now with an insane victory over Harris. I mean, this guy's starting to look a little bit unstoppable. There's really nothing else to say about it. Looking over, just getting a couple little stats over here. Noble Tweedy already sitting in the top 16 with a 3-0 over M2S Blackout. Interesting. You take a look, top 16, Wayne #1 with a 3-0 over Anbu Gaming Son Goku, which actually was the same path where Young Monster ended up being DQ'd. So Young Monster being DQ'd is giving way to all these other players for a chance to get those points. No doubt trying to mix up the top 12 of the points there.
Yeah, all it does is open the pathway for all these other players to try to sneak in the top 16 or sneak in the top 8 to get some more points for themselves for the week. And up next, we have another member of the Emperor clan, Emperor Cool versus Forever King, and newly added to Circa Esports is Forever King. So congratulations to him. And I'm not too sure who Cool plays or is going to pick. And, you know, on that note, I don't know who Forever King is going to pick either, to be completely honest with you. One of the biggest
questions. That's like, even if you're a betting man, you do not bet on the character that King is going to pick. All right, this man could probably random select and come up with at least one tournament viable character that could pretty much take anyone to their limit. Well, Emperor Cool, if my memory serves me correctly, which I'm pretty sure it will, he used to play Kung Lao. Between Tempest and Buzzsaw Kung Lao way back when. Obviously, the game evolving to what it has, we don't know who he's going to pick at this point. That was a few months back, so it could be anyone at this point. He might go for Buzzsaw. He might have someone else up his sleeve. I remember he dabbled a little bit with Melina back in the day, but it just goes to show you when the game evolves into the meta that it is, there's so many characters that come into play. There's no telling who you're going to pick. And that's why I think King does so successful. He takes the time to look at all the characters that have just a little bit of potential. Even if it's in certain matchups, he's going to have that character ready to go for tournament play. And that's going to be the tough thing to go if you're to deal with if you're Cool.
Exactly. And, you know, he's dabbled in so many characters. Even recently, I've seen him with Crystalline Tremor, couple other characters, and he had a big phase in his career with HQT Predator where he actually won a couple majors back-to-back over Sonic Fox with the character. And coming from MK9, he definitely started his MKX career with Kung Lao, as you had mentioned, and he's kind of always had a Lao. You know, day one till right now, he's always going to have that Lao. And Lao always going to be good. You know, it's really hard to nerf Lao's moveset.
I always said it, Kung Lao is one of the few characters that by design of the character will always be good. The mobility is there. The spin reversals and the anti-airs themselves, as a design, he's just going to be a solid character all around. And being that Forever King's been playing him since the beginning on and off shows that he will bring it out if need be. And we've seen it. He's kept his Kung Lao, kept the rust off it, making sure it's ready just in case he has that rainy day where he wants to pull it out. We're just waiting on these guys to get on in here. We have a couple updates. I see here Deoxys taking out Quakesters 3-0. STP Deoxys. We have Saki with a 3-1 victory over Sunio, who I believe Sunio was the Katana player. And Shujinki Dink, the Quan Father himself, with a 3-1 over Star Charger. Broken Alliance Gaming Star Charger up there in the top 12 of points, now eliminated early by Shujinki Dink.
And guys, we actually have to do a quick restart on the King of the Hill to try to get this next match in here. But we will have a quick word from our partners over at Catalyst Mints, and we will be right back.
That commercial, man. I can't. It's like every time I just can't get enough of that. It's too good. It's too perfect. Oh, God. All right, so like we said before, getting our next max in here, we're going to have Emperor Cool going up against Circa's Forever King. Just trying to get everything else situated with that. This is going to be for the top 16. The rest of our matches, the next couple matches after this will all be for the top 16. We have this set going on waiting for you guys. We're going to have a Noble Illusions versus Baby for the top 16.
Ooh.
And we're also going to have oh my God. We're going to have Daddy Dab going up against Circa Destroyer for the top 16, not the top 8. This is the fight for the top 16. That's huge. That is going to be crazy.
That's just getting juicy right there, man.
Trying to make Jax work is going to no doubt go up against Destroyer's HQT Predator, but Destroyer does have that tremor in case Dab tries to pull a fast one and maybe bring out a surprise.
And we're just waiting for an AFK to get by, and then we're going to have our match for you. It is going to be Emperor Cool, who is showing Kung Lao on his gamer card.
Yeah, they definitely played Kung Lao in the past. I would like to see people stick with the main that they've played in the past. It shows that you can't replicate that sort of comfortability with a character. When you play a character since the very beginning, it's very hard to keep that same consistency going, especially with hit confirms. But we'll have to wait to see what he picks. Forever King, no doubt, will find a way around whatever Emperor Cool has to bring to the table. Forever King, we've seen a lot of different characters by Forever King. We've seen him bust out a little bit of Tremor. We've seen him with his Kung Lao. We've seen him with Predator. But now we're taking a look at it. He is going to bring out Crystalline Tremor. That's really just been his go-to character as of late.
Yeah, and, we haven't seen the best results out of it either. So I'm not too sure if he's going to stick with this pick or go something else here into the last couple weeks of Kombat Cup. But he's been sticking with it here for a while. And we'll see what he can do against Cool here.
You know what? Forever King was Crystalline Tremor in a past life because all he does is flex, man. But now, no doubt, this is actually going to work against Cool because Forever King has obviously played Kung Lao millions of times, so he knows all the ins and outs of Tempest Lao's pressure.
And wow. And Cool wasn't expecting Tremor to get to him that quick, but used the armor perfectly. And once again,
oh my God,
the flex is paying off so well early, and the raw wake-up spin from Cool, trying to disrespect this man, and I like it.
You know what? And it seems to work a lot if he has the right read. PL has that same sort of playstyle where he's going to try and disrespect your frames in the very beginning to kind of throw you off your game. But Forever King, just being the veteran that he is just going to take his time. Has no reason to really take any risks when he has the life lead like that. But now, Emperor Cool getting some juicy damage in the corner. I'm just not respecting all of these stagger strings.
And Tempest Lao is the king of staggers, and we saw it so much from day one. This man just staggers you to death, and throw is one of the Tempest Lao throw is one of the biggest tools for that character. And we see a lot of Fox Hunter strings where the damage adds up.
Absolutely. But you're seeing now, Cool's look like he's trying to just go for this wacky playstyle to at the very least keep Forever King unable to put up that flex. And now Cool with another raw spin as a wake-up, taking the second round. This is that disrespect we were talking about earlier. If he ends up doing that at the right time, he can easily put himself in a game 1 situation. Oh, King getting opened up at the back too. Cool, switching positions here. Oh, goes for the 2-1 instead of his normal pressure. The down 4 as an anti-air. And another raw spin. I don't think King has this in the back of his mind. He needs to be very careful doing this pressure. If there's any gap, Cool is going to be right there waiting for it with that raw spin. And what happened? How? What?
Yeah, just
Cool.
like that, Emperor Cool.
One immediately.
He's going to go up 1-0, and the winner of this is going to move on to play Tweedy in top 16. So there's no easy path here for either of these guys, but King has got to do something because Cool, with the savage play, is definitely stepped up. And King's going to
And you know what? The savage play, it seems like it shouldn't work, but at the same time, it's perfect against a character like Crystalline Tremor, because this crazy, wacky playstyle where he's all over you and all over the screen is going to, at the very least, make sure you don't have that shield up as Crystalline Tremor, which is really what turns the tides in any matchup. So Cool has the right idea here. Immediately getting rid of that flex. And King is going to do his very best to try and keep that flex as active as possible throughout this match. Down 4, eating that alive, and now this is no doubt going to try and see Cool get that off, get him off of that armor.
Ooh, pressing
Down
the button
4
after
into
down
the
4. That's some tricky stuff right there. That down 4 you want to press a button. And canceling the orbital head, that turns into a launcher for Kung Lao.
There goes Flex is in the play here.
And flash parrying, and the string goes out the other way, and auto corrects for Forever King. That worked out in his favor. But on paper, it shouldn't have been. This is actually going to be done.
He does the drop. Oh, Forever King forced the break. Just narrowly not getting the chance. Needs to be careful. Catches the backdash, and he's going to get the conversion, and that is going to do it. Forever King stealing that round out of Cool's hand.
That was incredibly clutch from Forever King, having the perfect amount of stamina to convert that into the full damage. If he had no stamina, may not have. It would have only gotten a back 2 into the rock hand, and that might not have killed. So that was perfect play from Forever King.
Scary as it gets.
Oh, and then down 2 to
character.
punish the dive kick out of the corner. Hello, Forever King.
Forever King obviously showing that he was not happy how that first game ended. But here we go. Cool getting some damage on the board here. A little bit of lag. Unfortunate drop.
Oh,
But just picking up right where he left off. Another lag spike. The lag is just not stopping, trying to keep that combo going through it.
and that did not work out for Cool, as he lost out on a lot of damage there in that spike.
No doubt, Cool trying to just even out this life lead here. The unfortunate little bit of lag here, but they're going to try and play it out. Gets the flex going. Immediately throwing the hat to get rid of it. But King showing that at the very least he wants to keep that flex up as long as possible. And
Oh!
this is just absolutely rough.
And actually got the conversion in the
No
leg.
way.
There's
That
no
is
way
not
he
like-
actually landed that forward 1 in that spike. That was ridiculous. To get the down 2 and the forward 1, that was actually kind of godlike.
Yeah, he's going to be able to tie up even through that lag to get the 1-1 tie here in the set, but hopefully it kind of smooths out there. Because that's definitely a factor for both players when you talk about tournament plays. That is just not something you want to deal with. But they're making the most out of it. He's going to try and play it out. And yeah, that's just something you just have to kind of play through. It seems to be like it's still kind of lagging a little bit.
Yeah, it was weird. In game number 1, there was nothing going on. But here, there at the end of game number 2, even in the first round, it looked pretty good. But we'll see how it looks here, and we'll if it stays like this, we'll look to see if we're gonna change it up.
It's looking
Yeah,
like
it's looking pretty rough here at the character select.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to deal with. Might want to go ahead and restart that. Not entirely sure if they're going to end up playing it out. Yeah, that's tough to deal with. But now Forever King, obviously, I mean, he's locked in the Tremor. He can't pick any other character. He won the other game. It's 1-1 right now. Cool has a decision whether or not to switch characters or not, but it looks like he's still going to try and stick it out with Tempest. There we go. Stages are being selected. Now, Cool has done a relatively good job keeping King on lockdown, but he's going for a lot of staggers. If I'm trying to see if maybe it might be a good idea for him to throw in some grabs. You know, that might be able to work out in his favor, mix up the pressure game a little bit. Otherwise, he's doing a pretty decent job keeping King off of that flex. That's really the main point of this matchup, as is most matchups going up against Crystalline Tremor.
Yeah, it looks like it's picking up right where we left off, and we may have these guys play off stream for the rest of this match. And I'm gonna go ahead and let the.
It's unfortunate, but that might need to happen to let these guys get as much of a smooth experience with the King of the Hill. We're gonna go ahead and cut it off from the stream. They're gonna go ahead and finish their set offline, and we'll make sure to give you guys the update as soon as we get it. So we're gonna go ahead and move just right on into it. They'll play off stream. The next match up, it's going to be for the top 16. We have Noble Illusions going up against Baby. Noble Illusions having a few characters at his disposal as well, as we've seen with a few other higher end players. Sorcerer definitely being his bread and butter. He has a brawler, Cassie, at the ready. Am I missing any other characters? I mean, it's Illusions. So
Illusions, every character. Again, another Forever King where any character can come out. Kung Jin, Reptile.
Reptile, that's the one we've been seeing a lot recently.
And Baby, the other Goro. I mean, that man is just a Goro playing man right there.
Is it? He has been. That's where I remember the name from. I knew it sounded so familiar. He had a pretty impressive showing earlier in the season. I think in the first few weeks we've seen him play, and he did very well. And that could be a problem with really all of Illusion's characters. You take a look at Sorcerer, who is going to revolve, Sorcerer Quan Chi revolving around that armored portal, but Goro's pressure has such insane amount of pushback. It's going to push him out of that portal whether he likes it or not. And you take a look at dealing with Cassie, all of that armor is going to be able to kind of lock down Cassie, especially as Brawler, with all those down one mix-ups. I mean, Baby, on paper, Baby has a good shot here pulling an upset, but Illusions being the player that he is and the tournament veteran that he is, definitely not going to go down without a fight.
Absolutely. And before we get this next match rolling, we're going to have a quick word from streaming for you guys as we get Illusions and Baby in here to continue our adventure tonight into the top 8. And welcome back to the Kombat Cup, guys. And we have both of the very skilled players in Illusions and Baby in the King of the Hill. Just waiting for Illusions to take out my AFK Scorpion and let me be that guy that picks this infrared Scorpion in AFK that everyone loves.
We were just talking about that before, man. That skin was like such a great idea on paper, but it's like I can't even look at it. Just
the retinal strain it has. That's why I wear the shades, okay? Okay, I mean, it's just so blinding.
Reasons, okay.
Well, there's a lot of reasons I wear the shades. Oh, the game session has desynchronized. How about that?
That's not good. All right, well, anyway, I'll give you guys a couple top 16 updates while we're getting that whole King of the Hill thing situated. Probably one of the bigger upsets, we have Instincts actually makes top 16 with a 3-2 last round quarter life nail biter over none other than Adonis, a.k.a. Lion, a.k.a. whatever other name he decides to come up with. So Lion/Adonis has had a hell of a performance throughout most of the season too. So it's definitely an upset. I think it's safe to say for him to go down right before the top 16. So congratulations to Instincts, and we'll be seeing him on playing in the top 16 later tonight. We have ScarsUnseen making her first ever top 16 in the Kombat Cup with a 3-0 victory over Lafaya Raka, who was also in that path where Revit Leafing had his DQ as well. So as we saw before, those nasty setups from Conquest Cup a few days ago, we're going to have a chance to see that here in the top 16 for her chance at a top 8. I'm super excited to see it, and I know you guys are as well. And last but not least, we have Simi another day at the office, getting a top 16 with a 3-0 over Emperor Nyx, the Goro of the universe, who took out Sonic Fox last week, getting that 3-0. And Samich will end up facing Deoxys, S2B Deoxys, in the top 16 as well later tonight. One last update. We have Full Auto with another top 16 with a 3-0 over Trap Hustler. No doubt that was Sub-Zero going up against Full Auto. Full Auto really showing that he wants to be a part of the finals. I mean, this guy has been climbing up in the ranks throughout even the beginning of Season 1. You've seen this guy's journey. Now he's sitting there in the top 12 points and looking to give himself even more of a chance to get into that top 8 bracket for the finals. And he will be going on to face Scar, Echo Fox's Scar, which is definitely a mountain to climb.
But Full Auto has pulled off some pretty sneaky wins this season. I mean, I wouldn't count him out, not by a long shot. And he's been playing really well these past couple weeks and making it to finals in Conquest and looking good almost every single week of the Kombat Cup, it seems, this season. Making top 8, was unable to compete in it, unfortunately, but making it there, still got him good points for the week. And shouts to Baby for down 2ing me to death while turning invisible. I respect that. He does have a smoke.
Were you Infrared Scorpion?
No.
Okay. I was going to say,
so,
if you pick Infrared Scorpion on me, I am teabagging you, even if you're AFK.
so low-key, I was like, what if the Infrared skin is what crashed that King of the Hill? And it kind of worried me. I was like, let me not pick it.
That's that TO side of your brain saying, you know what, for the greater good, I'm not going to.
The greater good.
The greater good. What a great movie.
I'm
glad you caught the reference. I know I can count on you to catch those references. I'm wondering if the chat caught any of that as well.
If for everyone in the chat that got that reference, let me see a 1 in that chat.
I want to see 1. Don't say where it's from. Just put a 1.
Yep.
But then you're gonna get liars, man. But you know what? I know we are dealing with a trustworthy scene here to give us.
Dragon immediately putting a 2 because he did not
Dragon
get it.
wasn't even born when that movie came out. Let's be serious here.
All right, Illusions going with that reptile that we said he's been going with so much lately, and of course, the Goro pick from Baby.
You know, Illusions Reptile has been getting progressively scarier with every single showing. But going up against Baby, we've seen Goro do some serious damage. He went ahead and went with Swaton Warrior. So we're going to have to see if he could get those command grabs into play using EX Slide as a punish for the interactable. And that Basilisk is coming into play, just beating through both of those hits of armor. You know, the down 4 trying to keep his distance. He knows Goro is incredibly scary up close. Baby's sitting on a little bit of a life lead, and here comes a little bit of unorthodox zoning. Tries to get the jump in punch, but Illusions going for the 4-4 slide and not blocking the back 1 down 4 string. Illusions being a thief and stealing that first round.
I don't know if that was a reactionary pounce or what, but that was great stuff from Illusions. Oh, and that low profiling. Safe on block, armor breaking. I mean, Reptile's got some stuff.
Oh, and finally, having that air-to-air is so smart, but couldn't really get anything else going with that. Baby has been using his meter pretty much solely for EX punch walks before being able to hit confirm it, so you might want to consider going for a little bit of a different use of his meter. Oh, and this might actually kill. Oh no, drops the combo. But that no doubt will end up being it. Just the swaggiest of combos from Illusions. But I'm going to take away 5 points of swag for dropping that at the end. Illusions, you should know better.
Reptile wins.
Baby should definitely give out about a 2 respect here. Thinking either a 2 or maybe even that mean 7. You know, that's that mean mug 7. But opts not to. He decides to use his time wisely and think about the match rather than try to give this man a little bit of disrespect.
It's probably the smart move. Me personally, I'm all about friendly 5s. Everyone gets a 5. It's kind of like that neutral halfway point between I'm salty and congratulations on beating. Friendly 5s all across the board. But Baby's gonna stick with Goro nonetheless. Swaton Warrior. We really haven't seen anything from Swaton Warrior outside of those ground pounds. If he starts incorporating some of the tick grabs, you might be able to see something else. Baby's just had a lot of trouble locking down Reptile, and Illusions just kind of with these crazy setups all over the place, and the jump and punch from downtown connecting. Sends over that acid spit. Just gonna try, no doubt gonna need to take his time to move in. Baby Getting it down 4 in the punch wall, uses the bar to spend. Illusions breaking immediately. And now Baby's going a lot for these jump overs on the force balls. He needs to be very careful. If Illusions has a bar, he can meet a burner and stop the ball in its tracks and getting that wake up. Or getting that anti-air.
And again,
another drop.
Yeah, he's twice now dropped in that basilisk when he's gone to the other side of the opponent and gone for a forward 4 slide. I mean, that's twice in a row. And closing out with the EX stomp.
And the EX round, that was really smart for him to put it behind Illusions, because he knew that Illusions wanted to try and get away from him. No doubt going for world punishes to yet another round. But Baby finally getting something going, but now he is in the corner with no meter to spend.
And maybe some big damage, but that down 2 rarely letting opponents out of the corner, but Baby catching a break there. But is now getting mauled in the corner. I would just let go of block at this point. All you're doing is giving Illusions extra bar. And Baby still has the meter lead going in round number 3.
And that was, you know what, that was chip regardless. Baby might have wanted to let go of his block button a little bit ahead of time to kind of stop Illusions from getting some of that extra meter. But at the same time, Baby stopping him in his tracks with that armor, get a nice chunk of damage. Throwing him mid-screen, but he's going to run all the way in. Scouts the EX slide, but could have gotten a much bigger punish. And now he has the life lead. He's just going to want to be content with kind of sitting back. But a beautiful trip guard by Illusions with forward 4.
And that's a big punch block coming in slow motion. And still gets the conversion outfit as Illusions. And going for some huge damage. This is going to be close to death. Good bait out, and that's going to close it out.
And Illusions just making quick work of Baby right now. Already sitting at 2-0. And a fatality before the set is over. Illusions, a savage.
That's some confidence right there. We've seen these guys try to throw these messages early with teabags, with fatalities, and not very often do they pay off, as it just puts this fuel of rage in your opponent. And we saw the infamous Season 1 Slayer teabag against B-Kith up 2-0, and then the reverse 3-0 happens, and guys, it is real.
Hashtag never forget, man.
Never forget.
Slayer after that. Your ego
Never give
is
up.
shot.
Never surrender.
Dude, the Guile music is a serious thing across all games in the FGC, but now Baby immediately getting off of Goro and going for smoke. Really, I think it's the right decision to make, but it's going to be tough. Even if he gets this win over Illusions, Illusions has the chance to pick any character out of his massive arsenal to deal with smoke.
And a quick update off stream, Forever King did advance over Emperor Cool 3-2. It was a very close one. So congratulations to King, where he will advance in the top 16, I believe.
Yeah, definitely a good look for him with his new sponsor moving on with Circuit Gaming. But Emperor Cool being able to take 2 games off him, lag or not, is not an easy thing to do. So congratulations to him for making it that far into the top 32. And we'll be seeing King on shortly later tonight.
And after this, we will have Daddy Dab versus Circuit Destroyer, and then we're going to start top 16 for you guys tonight.
There we go. Illusions is just making quick work of pretty much everything Baby brings to the table. They just try to get a little bit of chip there. Try to put himself in a good position, but at this point, Illusions has been sitting so comfortably, not just with the game lead, but the meter lead as well. Sitting on 2.5 bars of meter. To really just kind of use that as own lead.
Ooh.
Oh my god!
Trying to channel his inner Scar, going for that savage EX overhead.
He's trying to bring out everything he has in the book, but the Basilisk gonna try and hit Baby with something in the corner, but unfortunately couldn't get much else to start. And Baby is just not watching his feet with that string.
And everything is working right now for Illusions. Every single button, every single stagger. Baby trying everything to get out, but it's not going to be enough. And Illusions is going to close this out. And 7 style with the slow down, down 2. Oh, man.
Illusions just looked like he smashed his face against the controller, and just everything seemed to play out. Really, he was just inside Baby's head at that point. It didn't matter what Baby picked at that point. Illusions face rolling his controller and still getting that win there. Quick 3-0. We will be seeing him in the top 16 as well, congratulations to him, and congratulations for Baby to still make it into the top 32. Next up is...
That's actually in the top 16 for Illusions. And up next, we're going to Dab versus Destroyer, and that is going to set, not all the way, but it's going to set most of our top 16, but we're going to start top 16 after this next match.
Yeah, so we'll have, this is for the top 16, Daddy Dab versus Circus Destroyer, and then all the sets from here on out afterwards will be all top 16 matches for the top 8. So we're sitting at about 9 sets left for you guys. So we appreciate all the viewers. Let everyone know we are still live. Let's keep that hype going. And we're going to have to see, is Daddy Dab going to be able to pull it away with Jax, with Wrestler Jax nonetheless, or is Destroyer going to take it away with Hishku 10 Predator? That's a tough one to call, man. Dab was one of those strong players from the beginning of the game's life, took a break, came back, still had a pretty strong showing, but now it almost seemed like people kind of sleep on him. But you have to remember the fundamentals that Dab has. He's no one to mess around with. So Destroyer's really going to need to be on his A game, as is Dab. You take a look at it from the other point of view. Dab is going up against one of the guys that not only has been placing top 8s at online and offline events, he's been taking out, whether he's upset early or not, taking out some really big names. So Destroyer was no pushover either. So this is kind of a big matchup. I do not suspect Destroyer going Crystalline Tremor at all. Tremor has a very hard time against Jax in general, but Hishku and Predator, on the other hand, might be able to keep Jax away for the majority of the entire set. Yeah, and possibly forcing Dab onto another character.
And on the opposite side of that, if HQT finds himself cornered, it could be lights out as well, as Jax's corner game is that scary. Huge meterless damage into 50-50s that both can turn into launchers. It's frightening to deal with, even post-patch like we are. And Destroyer going right to Crystalline Tremor.
Really against Jax.
He does not like being on life alert with HQT in the corner against these high pressure characters. If we see a Liu Kang on screen or anything like that, he is immediate to press that button and go to Flexaline Tremor, because that man does not like being knocked down in the corner against high pressure characters. And wow, out of nowhere, Dab with the switch.
What?
He threw in the money in the bank at the very last second, and he said, "Nope, Sector." And here we go, guys.
You know what? At this point in time, you got to do what you got to do to win. And we'll have to see if Dab's Sector is going to be on point enough to deal with Destroyer's Tremor, because you can play Sector all you want. If you're not ready for this kind of pressure, you're not going anywhere. Now the Flex is back into play, all that damage in the corner, and just look at all of this pressure. The stagger strings, the down 3 is no laughing matter. Still Destroyer keeping that pressure going. And the Flex is going to go into play, and this is almost chip territory. Goes for the 3-3 that we rarely see. And Destroyer absolutely destroying that in that corner.
If there's one thing that Sector has in this matchup, is that if Flexling comes at him armored up, the Flamethrower will actually double hit, and if the Tremor doesn't respect it, will actually get a hit, and that's something that most characters will not get, as they will usually lose in the trade of a wake up against that armor.
Oh, beautiful air-to-air by Destroyer, trying to get his pressure started. Here we go, getting Blitzstone overhead rock hand rip. Gets that Flex going, and now at the very least he gets Dab off of his meter, and he does. So the next hit by Destroyer could very well be death. Drops the combo in the area and gonna get the hard knockdown. Flex is now in the play.
Oh, and doesn't watch his feet! Oh no!
That's not even a mix. Poor Dab not watching his feet, getting hit by that X-ray. That was, it almost looked like Dab was expecting it and just didn't have faith in his read. That's unfortunate. That's extremely unfortunate. But you know what? Destroyer walking away with that first game, somehow by the grace of Paulo himself, just getting hit by that X-ray. Destroyer is now on game 1, forcing Dab into a difficult situation of whether he's going to stick with Sector or go to Jax.
I know that somewhere in this world, Circuit Destroyer is smiling right now.
Oh, 100%. If anything, he probably laughed a little bit.
He did.
Because he knew that Dab had that read. He knew. But he's going to stick with Sector, hoping to maybe turn the tides here. It seemed like he has the right idea. He seems pretty comfortable in the matchup, but he's making a few key mistakes that get him in that corner, and the rest is just all she wrote. Destroyer getting the first hit off of that down one. Already, Destroyer sitting on a full stick of butter with tons of time left to spare. And poor Dab.
Breaking the armor with the 2-1, and this is that 2-1, 2-1-2 mix-up that we see so much from Sonic Fox. The 2-1-2 rocket mix-up that just keeps you locked down in the corner, it seems. And great hit confirm on the forward 4-3, and a huge damage to close out with the EX Flamethrower.
I 100% agree. You know what? He has the meter to work with. Still has a bar to try and get out of some pressure. Just wanted to secure that round. And now you see he has all this room to back up with. He's going to go for that range zoning, but the mistiming on the anti-air is going to lead to all of this damage. Now, this is pretty much Destroyer's round if he can keep him in the corner. But Dab, nice presence of mind. Beats that interactable. Now blocking the second hit of that EX Flamethrower.
And that gave some plus frames to Dab, and he is abusing them right now. And what a turnaround. Playing much smarter, keeping the +2 on the screen at all times, and you're not getting away from that EX missile. And Dab is going to take game number 2 and tie us up here in the final match for top 16.
And as quickly as that first match went, Daddy Dab answers back with a match of his own, tying it up 1-1. Remember, this isn't even the top 16. This is top 32 we're talking about. This is the fight to get to top 16, to get even more points, hopefully to get top 8 to play on Wednesday. But Dab looking surprisingly more strong with that Sector. It looked like he was a little bit more, I wouldn't say nervous, but a little bit more unfamiliar going up against Crystalline Tremor as Sector. But now, Destroyer going straight to History 10 Predator. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of these character switches now. If Destroyer wins this next game, he's going to have to decide whether he's going to stick with Sector or go straight back to Jax. But for all we know, Dab probably gave up on the Jax dream, might stick it out with Sector the entire time.
Round 1.
Yeah, and you know, it's something that we could see, and I definitely like that analysis of we may see Jax on the screen, and we would hope so with a name like Jax Lives Matter, okay?
Yeah, that's another thing. That's a blow up in itself. I don't give him a friendly 5, man. I give him like a 3 for his deceiving ways. But now, Destroyer looking like the character switch has seemed to be working on this figure so far. Dab trying to get some damage. Destroyer blocking the teleport, but not the EX air knockdown afterwards. Some nice pressure of his own, but Destroyer ducking under the high, not getting a full capital punishment. Getting some full damage of his own, deciding to keep that meter, and blocks the EX Scimitar. Dab closing out round number 1.
And
no doubt, if that connected, he would have been in a much more difficult position.
And in an odd way, he committed to down 4 Scimitar Stab of all things. That's something I've never actually seen out of Destroyer.
Might have been an input error, but at the same time, Dab has been known for going for very quick counter posts. Maybe he tried to catch him off guard. So this seems to be more of Destroyer's round. This corner pressure seems to be way more than Dab can handle right now, and Destroyer closing out the second round very quickly. Now has all of this room to work with, not just the space behind him, but the meter as well.
Yeah, both of these guys sitting pretty. 2 full sticks of butter, and Dab, the first one to come off it. And that's no light damage on both hits of that Flamethrower, and the plus frames that he gets off it pretty much guarantee a mix-up. But coming off all his resources is Dab, and it's paying off so far early.
Now Dab has him in the corner, going to get him off the breaker. It's a huge deal, especially now that he doesn't have some of the stamina to deal with for pressure. This might actually close it out. I don't think Destroyer's going to have enough. He didn't have enough meter to break it in time. Dab now up 2-1 on Destroyer.
And what?
On the verge of making it into the top 16.
What a turnaround. I mean, Destroyer came out absolutely swinging against this man's Sector, and it was good to see Dab stick with his pick. Said that, you know what, I'd have another game to play with even afterwards, and playing so much better in game number 2, made the right adjustments. And as we said earlier, Dab's such a strong player fundamentally, And I mean, personally, one of the scariest men I've ever had the pleasure of playing against. And I've never been more frightened of approaching an individual in the neutral than Daddy Dab, because this man is. I swear to God, he goes shopping in the grocery store and he's like playing footsies in the aisle. So like it's like if a melon falls off the shelf, like that man's dodging and whiff punishing. You know what I mean? Like he's on it.
You want to talk
he's walking
about
footsies.
Veteran. This guy is as seasoned as they get. I mean, one of the most dominant players years and years ago with MK9 and had a pretty decent showing with Injustice. But now we're seeing him, all those fundamentals throughout the years carrying over. But meanwhile, Destroyer putting on a little bit of a clinic right now with this beautiful pressure. Neutral jump punch to keep him as close to the corner, but the smart disc being too smart for Dab's own good. Trying to get the pressure so close to closing it out, but at the same time, Destroyer does not want to be in a position where he would need to break. But the down 4 is going to close that out. Destroyer trying to put us into our first game 5 situation of the night.
Fight.
And we can only hope to get something that close. And the risk again from Destroyer. I mean, it wasn't too terrible of a risk. He wanted to get that momentum going to send us to a game 5, and he had the breaker to back it up just in case. And I like that he didn't commit with the EX and rather give himself an extra bar to play with. And already has 2 bars again and gets it for the launch.
Now Dab's going to try and get the momentum going with the zoning, at the very least to kind of get some more meter to build, but at the same time, Destroyer, those trades are definitely going to work in his favor. Beautiful bait on the EX Scimitar into the hard knockdown. Destroyer has no meter to work with. Beautiful down 3 under that pressure.
That's something we've rarely seen sector players go for, is mixes into the rocket and then just continuing the mixes off the hard knockdown that rocket presents. And rocket, something that people get triggered by knowing that a projectile is a hard knockdown. But that's great use of it. And the down 4, have you ever seen a down 4 from Triborg in tournament play? And he didn't come off the bar to keep that safe with the shoulder tackle. And we are going to go to our first game 5 of the night, guys.
And now this has been getting increasingly close with every single match. You see that Dab had a way easier time in the beginning. Maybe Destroyer just took a little bit more than normal in the amount of time to adjust. But if you take a look at the corner pressure alone, it almost seems like Destroyer is really getting the edge with that. Predator's corner pressure is severely underrated. You talk about, aside from the hit confirms with the massive amounts of damage, and then you take a look at what he can actually get as far as chip damage. That's not a place where you want to be. And that's exactly what Dab was starting to realize towards the end. But eventually it was just a little bit too late. There's no way.
He fought over Alien for quite a long time. Yeah,
that
easy now. Easy guy.
Exist. Take a second. Dab. This is the tough decision.
Jack's just sitting there waiting. He's tapping his fingers on his arm. He's just like,
he's like, Dad,
bro, are you going to pick me or not?
I'm sitting here waiting. I mean, come on,
Here
man.
we go.
And he's like, put me in, coach. Put me in.
2-2, everything on the line. There's 1 game left, and he goes with his man's Jax. Let's see if he can pull it off or if Circus Destroyer will advance into another top 16.
Papa Jax. Hashtag Jax Lives Matter. Let's see if it can pay off. Oh my God, a very huge whip to start off Destroyer, getting the first bar meter. Now Dab has no meter to work with. Already in the corner, you're going to see some insane amount of damage, but just drops it shy of 40%. We're talking about damage, meterless damage of his own.
And this meterless damage adding up so quick, and a raw overhead dash punch gets Destroyer off that precious meter. And Jax makes it completely even here in game number 1, as he was off to a horrendous start.
Now that down 4 is going to really help out Destroyer in this matchup, but at the same time, Dab, with the forward 3 that Jax has to offer, that mid eats a lot of normals. But Destroyer keeping Dab at bay, taking round number 1, putting himself on set point to advance into the top 16. The smart disc catching him in the air. Beautiful conversion off the back 1 by Destroyer. And now, this is tough if you're Dab.
Now, Dab may be a footsie god, but that smart disc plays the best footsies of all. Let me tell you, there is no other like.
I mean, you talk about the smart disc is smarter than a lot of us. I think. Dab just not close enough to get the hit.
Oh, not getting to him in time.
And it's unfortunate, but Dad is going to be eliminated just before the top 16. Brilliant showing by both players. Destroyer taking it in game number 5. Pretty convincing. Unfortunately, Jax just could not make it happen.
Predator wins.
And Destroyer collecting Jax's scalp there on his spaceship. Another unfortunate loss for Dad, but it was still a pretty good showing. Took Destroyer all the way to a game 5. Still got some points for the top 32. Still enough to keep your head up held high.
Absolutely.
But now the rest of our sets on tonight, we have, I believe, the rest of the sets will be top 16. We have 8 sets left.
Yep, 8 matches
All
left,
these
and
will
they
be
are all set.
Advance into the top 8.
And before we
Right,
get
so
started,
now-
guys, I want to give a quick shouts to our guys over at StreamMe and give them a follow, give them a like, give them a retweet. Let's try to give them all the support we can to build not only the Kombat Cup, but everything that they do here on StreamMe for the FGC and some of the other scenes as a whole. And going in the future, we definitely want to continue to build this and give us a nice home here on StreamMe, and give them a follow over at Twitter, twitter.com/StreamMe, youtube.com/StreamMeVids, where you can find all the previous broadcasts, and Instagram.com/stream_me. You can hashtag us all over Twitter. Hashtag Team StreamMe, hashtag Kombat Cup, hashtag Conquest, hashtag Mustache Rides. I mean, whatever you want to tag us in, you know what? Feel free to tag us on Twitter. And if you're looking to stream, look no further. 70-30 split in your favor on subs, and all you need to do to get partnered is create an account and get 50 followers, and that is it here on StreamMe.
Well, you know what? As we get into the top 16, we have, first up, we're going to have the Quan Father himself, Shujinkaden, going up against Instincts. Now, if I remember correctly, Instincts is the one who got the upset over Adonis earlier tonight in the top 32 to make it this far, and Shujinkaden got a 3-1 victory over, I'm trying to remember who it was. Let me see if I can scroll up on over here. I can't seem to find it. I don't know if you could help me out with that update there.
Once I get these guys a nice invite, oh my gosh, Instincts, could your tag be any more crazy? Good Lord.
Yeah, it probably has a bunch of numbers in his name, huh?
You ain't lying. Oh, here you are. All right, Dink versus Instincts is on deck, and let's take a look.
Star Charger, that's who it was.
Ooh.
That's a huge upset. So Dink should be feeling himself a little bit, but both of these guys riding into the top 16 with some major upsets.
Yeah, this is coming out of pool number 8, and Instincts himself with wins over. Wow, he actually had a really good path here in the top 16. His first match was a 3-0 over Ash Housewares, but then he got a 3-2 win clutch over Frozen Acid. Then he had a 3-1 win over a Lovely Prince, and then a 3-2 win clutch again over Adonis. So Instincts himself has had a great path in the top 8, and Dink with a win in the first round, and then got a DQ in round number 2 against Destruction God, and then that 3-1 over Star Charger. This is looking good on paper. These two have played a good tournament so far.
They have a hell of a path. I mean, you take a look at Instinct, who took out both Frozen Acid and Adonis. I mean, those are guys that we've seen in the top 8, and we've seen at least the top 8 for the Conquest Cup as well. So those guys are no slouches. For him to pull a clutch against that, Instinct is should be sitting on cloud 9 right now, but his journey is far from over. Just to be able to make it into the top 8, he's going to go up against one of the most dominant Quan Chi players in the game right now. Shujinkaden been playing Quan since 2011 with MK9, and now bringing it all the way here into 2017 with the Quan man himself.
And so
obviously we'll have that going for you guys first. After this, we are going to actually have Samij against STB Deoxys.
Ooh, one of those young guys that's had a really good season so far.
I mean, and also if you take a look at Samij, I mean, everyone knows that name by now. This guy started out at the very beginning as just another Aaron Black player, possibly getting a top 32, to becoming this staple in top 8s and top 4s, and sometimes even grand finals. I mean, this guy has won his fair share, but he's going up against Deoxys, who has been a little bit of an underdog here in the Kombat Cup.
And playing a variation we rarely see aside from a good pick from Dragon in certain matchups like Flame Fist, but he plays Mournful Katana and he plays it incredibly well. And we've seen him win multiple conquests, and he's broken out some pretty crazy characters. He'll break out High Tech Jackie, Shotgun Jackie, characters all over the place, and he's very good with them, if I may say so.
Well, now, even if you take a look at it, the set that we have coming up, we have Shujinki Dink going up against Instincts. We know who Dink plays. Who does Instinct play? Who is he being using to take out Frozen Acid and Adonis? All right, so there's that surprise factor that we're talking about again.
He's got Takeda on his gamer card, both logo and profile picture, and we may have to move on to the next match. Because Dink has to do a reset. But I'll tell you what, go through the entire lineup of top 16 and give us every single match. And it was confirmed that Takeda did get used against Adonis, at least, from Instincts.
Okay. Which is a hell of a showing, because Takeda we also haven't seen that much. Outside of the few Shira Ryus, we haven't seen any Lashers, barely any Ronins outside of Hayate. So that'd be interesting to see which variation he goes. But obviously we have Dink versus Instincts up first. We're going to have Samij versus STB Deoxys after that. And then our third match is going to be Echo Fox Scar going up against OD Full Auto. We have the Wayne #1 going up against Immortal Angel is back.
He's back.
So happy I read that.
Whoa.
We have Noble Tweedy going up against Circus Forever King. We have Noble Illusions going up against Saki, the unsafe / safe god. We have Noble Dragon against Nubcakes, the Shinnok player that fell off the grid. And then we have ScarsUnseen making her top 16 Kombat Cup debut against Circuit Destroyer, who we just saw took out Daddy Dad.
That's gonna be that's icing on the cake. That's gonna be a great match to close out on for tonight to set our last finalist.
That's one hell of a top 16. I mean, Saki versus Illusions, please. Immortal Angel, please. And then you have ScarsUnseen going up against a tyrant of the Kombat Cup, Destroyer, with her debut in the top 16. That is one hell of a way to kick it off. If she could pull that upset, that would be unbelievable. Destroyer, who's to say if he knows how to deal with Cyrax, and let alone her Cyrax? That's going to be an interesting one to play out. But you take a look, even now, Echo Fox and Scar going up against Full Auto is another good one, because both of them have had matchup experience against each other's characters. Scar has played Young Monster 1,000,001 times in the Kombat Cup, and Full Auto has had his share of smoke players. Scar himself they've ran into in the past. So that's going to be another one. That can actually go either way. The Wayne #1, I'm not familiar with who he plays, but Immortal Angel, with all of us being disciples of the Angel, I mean, we all know the character that he plays, the play style that he plays. I mean, this is going to be an insane top 16.
Absolutely. And while we wait on Dink to get back in here, let's go ahead and have a quick word from our guys over at Arazi and their wonderful, wonderful products.
The beautiful products.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're still waiting on Dink here. We may move on to the next match and then come back to this one. I'm going to see what our admins want to do on this one. Dink not been able to get into this lobby. I know he wanted to reset his PS4, and I haven't heard from him since. So we're going to see what happens. And that is going to be Samij versus Deoxys. And these guys just passed in the top 8. Deoxys 3-0s across the board, sending with Samij over Slayered Hat, Emperor Nyx for Samij, and Alcatraz and Quakesters for Deoxys. So those are coming in. And Dink is actually trying to join right now. And so we'll actually see if he's able to join or not.
Okay. Give him a little bit to see if we can get things going here into the top 16. Gives us a chance to mentally prepare for what we're about to see. I mean, Dink has been in the top 16 before. Definitely been in the top 32. But he's seen to normally fall just shy of that top 8. So I know for him to finally be here in week number 9 with only a few weeks left to go, he really wants to make this happen. But with Instinct riding on that momentum that we've seen from the path that he's had, he's not ready to end his journey there, you know. And then you take a look at all the other players ready to go. There's some people in this top 16 that have a good amount of points to keep him in the standing for the finals. But at the same time, anything can happen with these few weeks. You have Noble Illusions, who's sitting more towards the middle of the top 12, still sitting right as of now, can't compete in the top 8, but he's going to want to get this top 8. He's going to want to beat Saki here in the top 16 to kind of further stabilize himself in the finals, especially with Sonic Fox, Revit Leafing, and Young Monster being out of play for this week. So you have to go back and you have to think about it from a points perspective as well. There's a lot riding on these last few weeks.
And Dink actually was able to join us here, and we will have a match.
All right, good to go. Better late than never. So Dink, no doubt, going Summer Quan right out of the gate, and we will see Shirai Ryu Takeda from Instinct. Now, this is an interesting matchup because Dink, no doubt, is going to want to keep his distance and kind of go for more of a zoning-oriented playstyle. But at the same time, he's going to want to keep two things in mind. A, Takeda's teleport, and B, Takeda's range.
Yep.
That back two range on Takeda's whips is going to be a serious issue.
Wow, what a start with the down 3 to anti-air the flip-in, which is what I was about to bring up, the flip, because it's projectile immune, and it's a safe way in for Takeda, but Dink is all over it early. Didn't get the huge conversion, but has the big meter lead, and what a conversion himself from Instincts, and both of these guys coming out swinging. I love what we're seeing already here in this match.
They're going for the back 2-1 into the teleport cancel, trying to keep it as safe as possible. Dink getting that trance, no doubt going to get the hard knockdown here and bring Puggles into play. Immediately throwing Puggles out. And just as I say, it comes right back in. This is that zoning we were talking about before, but the teleport is a huge issue when dealing with zoning. Instincts just missing that combo. And there
some savagery from Dink, down 2ing out of the EX Kunai pressure. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Kombat Cup.
Dink playing at such a ridiculous pace, but you know what? Instincts is playing great on his own as well. And now he has Dink in the corner. One of the hardest parts about being a Quan Chi player is dealing with corner pressure. And I don't even know how much damage this is going to do. He's going to get that hard knockdown, bring Puggles into play for some dirty mix in the corner. And didn't even need Puggles. Puggles just flying away, content with being no part in this. And just the swag string. And another swag string, and another one. Dink immediately taking game number 1 against Instinct. Really nice start to the top 16. We saw before that Dink was going for that, kind of opted for that zoning-oriented gameplay that we were mentioning earlier. The moment he got hit by that teleport, he had that in the back of his mind to make sure that he tries not to get hit by that again. At the very least, baiting that out for another punish, full combo punish, sending him full screen, and getting Puggles back out again. Instinct immediately, no hesitation, going straight back into Shirai Ryu Takeda.
Yeah, and I like the speed that both of these players came out with to start our top 16. Both of them came out swinging, reacting, and doing great. And Dink just a step above Instincts in that first game. We'll see if he can turn things around. I mean, I'll tell you what. If I would have started the match with that instant air flip, and if I got anti-air down 3 into stand 4 trance, I would have felt like someone kicked me in the chest and knocked the wind out of me.
I mean, you want to talk about an awesome way to start off a set. To get a down 3 anti-air on a cross-up tornado kick. I mean, like, what more do you need to get that momentum going? But even now, speaking of momentum, Instinct letting go of block. Dink just letting that back one trans ride on block. That was as savage. I am at a loss for words. I've never seen that actually work. But you know what? For that to work also sends a strong message to Instinct saying, hey, you know, I'm not afraid to do it. I will let those trances rip, and you better be ready for it. Now he's trying to get the zoning game. Puggles into play, the anti-air Puggles! Trying to chip him out. And then just holding block, very smart.
That was so smart. Got him to within chip and knew that he had to take a risk or eat another rune or a sky drop, potentially risk a bat summon, and just let Instincts hang himself. Dink has started this match perfect. And whoever wins this is going to make their first top 8 of the season, no matter what.
And that's really something to work for. You're seeing both these guys playing at their absolute best right now. Getting hit with the fun to blockable, but no follow-up. And there's that teleport that we were talking about. Need to be very careful. The Arrow Skull should be just completely erased from Shujinki Dink's move list in this matchup. I'll try to get that back to Trance. Oh, and a block on the teleport, but no punish. Fortunately for him, 4-4 doesn't come into play. Sending out Puggles, trying to keep some sort of mix going. The plus frames are there.
Oh, and rip, rest in peace, sky drop. Buff that move, please, because no EX move has ever been beat out more than Skydrop. I mean, the percentages of it actually working as an armored move are slim to none in Mortal Kombat X.
You know what? Dink's gonna try and make it where he's been letting it ride since the very beginning, and just getting hit by that raw teleport. Using the interactive to get out of the corner, very smart move. Instinct getting some pressure of his own going, sitting on a full stick of butter right now.
Ooh, and finally got him with the fun block off the EX Kunai. Great delayed wake up from Dink.
This timing those meaties is absolutely crucial here, and he needs to be careful doing that because he wants to keep Quan on lockdown for as long as possible.
And that was a ballsy poke from Instincts. He was eating a 1-2 into Puggles.
Oh, and this might actually be able to close it out. Instincts getting the hit confirmed. Getting the easy combo, just making sure he closes it out. We are sitting at 1-1 here on our first set in the top 16. Now, Dink played relatively well in that game number 2, but Instinct played way more rushdown, refused to let Dink get Puggles out in play with the zoning, and I think that's really what had him take that win there in game number 2.
Precisely, and it was a good start to that game from Dink. Making Instinct hang himself with an Instinct with that quick adaptation, and really was finally able to open up Dink with that EX Kunai. I mean, but before then, he came off 2 or 3 of them to no avail, and mentally that just gets to you as a Takeda player when you're unable to open up someone coming off your resources like that. There's not much you can do without him, really.
Here you go. Resources, the name of the game, as is positioning. They're sitting full screen right now. Air's narrowly getting that trade. And you see now, he's going to go for that full screen opponent. Just eating Instincts hard, just like that. And we're taking a look at all like that. Instincts already lost, and he's finally sitting up close where he wants to be.
Oh, and a down 3 trance. No, stop it, sir. That's a little too savage.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and not do that, because that is just too much to handle. Down 3 in a trance is not a thing, sir. Oh, no whiff punish on the back 3-2. He's just trying to get the runes in. He's building a decent amount of meter, and the whiff punish from the teleport on the rune by Instincts. Getting some damage of his own. If Instincts can hit Dink just one more time, but the 4-4 going to stop any dream that he could have possibly had. Dink taking round number 1. Has a little bit of room to back up here, and he does.
Ooh, and a great anti-air, but doesn't get the full conversion. And in that first round, as we saw earlier, Instinct's really hung himself, mistiming his meaty, and Dink's Blaze Wake Up, saving him.
Getting that EX, the tornado into EX Kunai. Hard knockdown of his own. Dink needs to get away from this pressure as soon as possible if he wants to take this round. And another tornado kick, just kind of keeping the pressure on him, even from full screen. The threat alone is now becoming an issue for Dink.
And a flawless for Instincts, and we're dead even in this match. Both guys pretty much sitting at full stakes of butter, coming off the resources Instincts, and instead of going for pressure, catches him with the throw. He's going to take 12% and run with it. Goes for it again, but doesn't expect it to just hit him raw. And Dink getting back in this match.
Instincts has gotten hit by that 1-2 EX rune every single time.
Comes off the bar to give us pre-patch Quan, and I think he went for the overhead there and actually messed up and did stand for instead. Well, if he committed that teleport early, we'd be looking at a big combo. Both have one bar. Great moving around, comes off the bar for the launcher, and Instincts coming in with from the top rope into a full combo, and he's going to go up 2-1 on Shujinki Dink.
So now you're taking a look how the zoning game has shifted to the point where you see Instinct immediately adapting to not just the teleport, but using that tornado kick as well. Had the hard read at the end to use the meter and just take that second match with the hit confirm. That was, although risky, extremely smart to do, because he wanted to be going 2-1 in this thing. He did not want Dink to be taking the lead after a 1-1 tie. But now Dink is actually going to go Sorcerer. We don't normally get to see Dink switch from Summoner at all in any matchup.
Exactly.
So you could tell Dink really wants this top 8. So now, going into game number 4 here, obviously Instinct is sitting on set point. But Instinct is sitting on set point. Dink needs to make something happen now with these armored portals. Still going to opt to go for that zoning gameplay that we mentioned earlier, but at the same time, it's going to keep him off of that meter to stop with the EX Tornado kick, but at the same time, he's going to want to get that armored portal out to ensure that he has a little bit more safety.
And Instinct just cut all of his meter drained, and what a reactionary stand for and commitment into the transfer from Dink.
It's the max damage they could get. He knew that the standing forward was going to trip guard there. That was a very smart move by Dink. But now he has to be careful getting these portals up. He finally gets it open. Now this is a lot of trouble for Instinct right now.
Yeah, even if he teleports in, even if he flips in, he's just simply going to absorb the hit in the armor and get a full combo punish.
And there's that tornado kick to finally get something going. Catching the backdash with that back two.
Ooh, and the belief from Dink to throw that jump one instantly, almost full screen, but drops the combo. That's huge. And gets
the armor portal in play again.
The money pit. It's raining. Armor from there, but almost back inside it again. And goes for the sneaky overhead low, and the low catches him on the backdash, and we're going to a game 5 here.
It's such a goofy string, but you know what? It was smart, because the only thing he could have done at that point was backdash, and that string catches the backdash 10 times out of 10. Brilliant stuff by Shujinki Dink, and a very smart switch to Sorcerer. We saw that was a much more dominating match than we saw when he was Summoner. So now we're going into another game 5 here in the top 16. Now, I don't know if Instinct is going to switch characters or not. That was a night and day difference between Summoner and Sorcerer. But if he's looking at Takeda, going to stick with Shiro Ryu. That's his bread and butter. Game 5 situation, you can't hold anything back.
And we'll see what happens. We get our second game number 5 for the night. And the first one between Dab and Destroyer actually, being very swift in game number 5. Let's see if they can bring the hype here and give us a nice close match. Down 3, and EX Kunai actually works against Dink, trying to counterpoke, but doesn't get a combo off of it.
Tell me he just tried going for a down 3 armor portal. Dink, you need to stop with these shenanigans.
That is some ultimate form of savagery. What a down 2 from Instinct. Speaking of Savage itself, and without an armored portal, free to do pretty much whatever he wants to try to get on Quan, and leave it to Dink to try to make a great play to stop him.
And again, getting opened up by the 1-2 trance, or the 1-2 rune, excuse me. There you go, and all of that meter is gone. Catching the backdash again, all the mix. Look at all of this mix.
No.
It catches the backlash again.
Dink, you know what? If something's not broken, don't fix it.
Swag trying to close out this set. So getting the hard knockdown, but he's a little bit too far from that armor portal for it to mean anything, and the portal comes just out of play, so Instincts can get this full combo.
Oh, and barely missing the Oki timing on the second whip and allowing Dink to get back in this match, and he had all day, it looked like, to hit confirm and goes to 50-50 and gets him off the meter. This man is taking away his comeback factor.
That's almost going to do it. He tried going for just a little bit more damage. Instincts trying to make something happen, sitting on his tournament life right now.
Oh no, and just like that! One more Oki. And Dink came off the bar. That was insane from Instincts to tie us up. What clutch play, and we're going into a final round here.
What a comeback. That momentum has shifted completely. Dink going for the little bit of damage. Lets the back three connect, but keeping it safe.
Dink is just trying to mix his way into top 8 right now, and he didn't commit into the teleport.
Oh, goes for the 4-4 into the meter burn portal.
And what a read! It's reading that Dink was going to jump, but doesn't get the full conversion. This is insane right now. Both these guys.
Dink needs to be very careful. Now the momentum is clearly in Instinct's favor right now.
Oh no!
He couldn't get the back two conversion off the trance. Dink needs to break here. On the verge of being eliminated after having the set in his hands. Just taking his time. Any trade could be absolutely devastating.
Oh no! And Dink not getting the full combo punish. And no! Dink had another chance to whip punish with back two. That Dink had that so many different ways. And Instincts clutching it out so many times. Wow! What a match. And looking at that camera says everything you need to know about what just transpired, as Dink hung himself so many times and he had opportunities there to just take it, to take the win and go in the top 8.
Dink going from Shujinki swag to Shujinki choke in a matter of 1 round. He had that set in the bag, dropped the set winning punish to make his first ever top 8. You could not write a more depressing tragedy than that. You really can't. And it's unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And let's take a look at some of the stuff that happened in that match.
Oh, I can't even watch that again.
This is the start. The down 3 and then the convert. He actually converted with 1-2 and the low hitting at the apex of that anti-air. Didn't get the full conversion though, but that's okay. That still sent a message earlier as Dink went up 1-0, and there is the sky drop not paying off for Dink as that kunai and whip breaking and shattering that armor into a full combo. And look, this is just great play. It's
just the level of zoning there. It's almost so beautiful to watch. You're just watching him burn Instinct's meter away, and then the swaggy strings.
And so much mix. It got Instincts off, triggered early in game number 5. And look at the health lead that Dink has right now. Look at the health lead. That's guaranteed win. That's guaranteed top 8. And just like that, Instincts caught Dink, finally caught him on proper Oki, and Dink thought that he had a gap there. And what great stuff. And
the 4-1 stuff that it's so heartbreaking. And Dink just did the normal corner combo, went for chip damage, it was over. And then even having that last chance to take the set in round number 3 with a punish, gets a standing 2 and no follow-up. And then that was it. That was all she wrote. Unfortunate, but you know what? Very well played by both players. You cannot take anything else away. That was an extremely clutch set and an awesome way to kick off our top 16 here in week number 9.
Yeah, that was just game number 1 here in our top 16. That is crazy. And congratulations on Instincts making his first top 8 of Kombat Cup. And our second match is going to be Samij versus Deoxys. Some young guns going at it. And if you saw last week's top 8, it was all youngins. It was insane how...
I'm telling you, man, we're getting old.
Young man's game.
This is not our game, man. This is why we're behind the commentator desk. We get to watch these youngins go at it with all their reactions while we're sitting back. And you know what it is? I think the hidden tech is going back to the food we ate as kids, man. Maybe we need to talk to Dragon and see how he feels when he eats a normal dinner as compared to eating Lunchables before the top 16s and top 8s.
Yeah,
and I honestly think that could be the tech
and
we're
Kraft
not
mac
realizing.
and cheese. Did I not eat enough Kraft mac and cheese as a child? Okay, like what did I do wrong to not have these amazing reactions?
Just think about the brain power you get in all those foods. What about the little mini tombstone pizzas that you make, man? The amount of brain power. Maybe that's what we need to do to get those reads and reactions back. I don't know, man.
And there are so many young guys in the top, on the top of the leaderboards. Let's go and take a look at the points right now. They are live and updated. Man, I mean, Samij, Young Monster, Sonic Fox, Tweedy, Dragon, Rewind, Illusion. They're all actually really young. Illusions included. Scar is probably the oldest man on this slide right now.
You know what? No, it's Star Charger.
Is it really?
Charger.
Man,
by about a year or two.
Both.
Don't ask me how.
Both Texas boys on here are the oldest. I think Frozen Acid is a Texas boy as well, and newly added to the Texas boys is myself. We are in there. Texas is going to be strong because it is growing,
on
baby.
The street. I will give you congratulations for those that have been living under a rock. This man has made the move from Virginia to Texas to join the Illuminati NRS scene and as well the Streamy studio.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Man.
Thank you very much. And I look forward to working with the NRS scene going forward and giving you guys type stuff like the Kombat Cup here. And we do have a match, Deoxys versus Samij. Deoxys going with Jackie. I said, mournful main earlier, but liking Jackie here in the Molina matchup.
Well, you know what? Especially in a matchup like this, I think Jackie is the right pick, but at the same time, Ethereal Molina, especially in the hands of Samij, I mean, what else can you really say about that? It's almost like Samij and Ethereal Molina go together like peanut butter and jelly, but certainly not like pineapple and fruit. But here we go, getting some damage of his own, a quick start to the set. Standing to just going for the aggressive playstyle that Ethereal Molina can really hash out. You see all these staggers, the Oxy's going to need to be very careful and pick the right time to disrespect the stagger. And not going for the grab. Very surprising.
Yeah, just trying to kind of guess when Samij was going to come out of that fade with a 1-1, but luckily almost no whiff on the 1-1, so Deoxys kept himself pretty safe. But Samij,
you cannot break the golden rule against Ethereal Molina or Samij and try to jump at them. Absolute no-no.
That is one of the biggest no-nos that we can say as competitive as casters. When talking about Samij, and what a read on the up rocket out of nowhere. That was fantastic, and the ball roll underneath.
The amount of damage going into guaranteed Oki here. The down 3 and the conversion going to get a nice chunk of damage still. Here we go. You take a look at all of this shift damage. It's just unreal. It's so hard to deal with. The Oxys needs to make something happen, just running far away from the corner. And Samij is very content. He can eat. Oh, no.
Oh, go for the...
Deoxys going for the mix, but the back 2 doesn't connect, but the down 2 anti-air again. No. Just on the verge of closing this out, and he tries a stanky leg.
And that's one thing you have to watch. You have to look at Samij's meter the entire time. If he has a bar, you have, and I mean, guys, you have to respect that fade. Too many times here in the Kombat Cup, we've seen people fall to Samij having 1 bar and trying to press a button against this man, fade, punish, good games, move on to the next round. It's something that you have to watch out for, guys.
It's something, and you know what else? He needs to be aware that he can grab Ethereal Molina out of those phase shifts, but he hasn't tried it yet. I don't know if that's something maybe he doesn't know, and that's a key factor to know in a matchup like this, especially against someone of Samij's level. You have to be able to exploit as many weaknesses as possible, no matter how little the weakness is.
And way to start us off in the exact same fashion, just getting that fade and getting a whiff punish. And what's nice about Samij is that what he throws I mean, he can hit confirm and do huge damage. He can stagger, keep himself safe. It's frightening how everything just loops into itself no matter what he does, it seems.
Here we go. This pretty much any hit confirm Smeej is going to do at least 32%. And you see Deoxys is trying to open him up with that forward 2 string, or even throwing out the timing with the float after a jump in. But Smeej is just patient enough to just let it happen. He had the life lead. No reason to even try an anti-air, because he knows he's winning on the ground game, and that's where it matters.
Oh, and the
But
down
the
one
fight-
anti-airing from the heavens, it seemed. Her down one touching up to Mount Olympus and tickling Zeus in the beard, it looked like.
Oh my god, that was so dirty. Just that option to like the face shift.
Oh, made the double low profile on the down for the roll. Oh my gosh. Smeej, you need to stop it, young man.
That, I don't even know what to say. That was unbelievable. But now Deoxy's trying not to be phased, getting some nice damage in the corner of his own. Oh, and Smeej actually getting opened up by the float gimmick. Deoxy's going to be able to try and close up this life gap. And still not trying to grab through that hold there.
And again.
And Smeej just waited for it. He knew Deoxys was going to go for that forward 2 string. Very smart by Smeej. Already up 2-0 on STB's Deoxys. It's a tough situation. If you're Deoxys right now, you've now tried 2 separate characters. Neither of them seem to work better than the last. And you're going on to possibly getting 3-0'd in the top 16 where you really want to make top 8 and get those points. He's got a lot to think about right now. Smeej, obviously, really no holes in his gameplay as per usual.
Oh, it takes incredible play to break down Smeej, and
yeah, that man is a brick wall when it comes to defense. I mean, we've seen it week in and week out. But Deoxys is going to stick with Katana and hope to really try and make something happen. He's got a serious mountain to climb here. We're going to have to reverse 3-0 Smeej on not only Ethereum Melina, but possibly Cassie if he chooses to bring it out.
Yep, and you know, he did really well when Smeej had no meter and was able to get his stagger game going, especially in the corner. Oh, the drop like that, though, is luckily able to pick it back up. And once Smeej has that bar, that fade has added up to so much damage. I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of percentages here already, because that fade has been the difference for Deoxys.
Now that down one by Deoxys seems to be working out really well against Melina. So he might want to consider trying to keep that range a little bit more and forcing Smeej to hopefully make a mistake. But we're seeing up close, when Smeej gets something going, Deoxys just doesn't know what to do. But a 1-1-1 wake-up might actually close out this round.
And that
just shy of it.
That was savage to believe that you could throw that 1-1 in the gap in that string, and wow, some of the nerves and the balls that we see from these players, and when it pays off, it's awesome to watch.
There you go, the 2-1 string actually connecting. Smeej not getting the trip guard off of that interactable like we've seen him do in the past.
And this is Deoxys' chance. He's up around. He's got 3 bars of meter. So if he gets a health lead, that X-ray is all but a guarantee to tie, or not tie thing, but get on the board at least and get 1 game. But Smeej is coming back and forcing Deoxys to come off the meter.
He spent both the bars to get this damage, but at the same time, the threat of that X-ray is gone right now, and I think Smeej is really okay with that.
Yep, 2 bars for only 31%. I mean, I'll take that any day of the week. And this one,
but this is going to do much more than 31%.
For 1 bar, we're already at 36, and it's not over yet.
But all it takes is 1 combo by Smeej. You see how patient he was, and the grab is going to do it!
That was just a standoff. And then the quick strike like a cobra out of the grass, and that instant walk forward throw from Deoxys to steal game number 3 out of the grips of Smeej trying to make a comeback. And he's going to put himself on the board and get himself a little bit of momentum here.
Now, Deoxys no doubt had a breath of fresh air there, knowing that he went with the hard decision to stick with Katana even after how rough the second game was. Comes back, gets a game on the board, which is more than what we could say for a lot of other people that actually go up against Samij entirely. So now he's sitting 2-1 against Samij. Might be able to run this back and take us at least to a Game 5 situation. He's been playing incredibly smart, and the defense is really the key here. He's been playing super on point with just waiting for the right time to strike.
And wow, a rare anti-air attempt from Samij actually getting punished.
It just drops the end of that combo, but that's going to connect. No doubt could have got the combo going there, but Samij capitalizing on it. Getting that instant jump in. Nice blocks by the forward 3. And you see now Samij is not going to challenge that throw gimmick anymore. But the down 3 low profiling the rising blades. So, trying to just chip him out even. Not even worried about really opening him up at this point. But the Oxys might be able to get to the point where he will be on a full stick of butter, but he drops the combo again.
Oh, and a great reaction from Samij there. But if Deoxys would have landed that combo, could have potentially clutched it out and killed Samij in that combo, opening him up.
100% taking that round, but here we go. Not going to be phased here. Get some nice corner damage in the zone. Going to keep it meterless, no doubt, to keep the threat of the X-ray there. Just in case things
and he blocked the first part of it and got hit by the second. It is confirmed unblockable. If you block it, it still works.
If you block back one X-ray, you, sir, are a god among them. Oh, and a beautiful whiff punish by Deoxys. This might actually kill now that it's in the corner. This might do it. And there we go, the standing 1.
Staying alive as best he can, as Samij is on a match point.
One up grab, beautiful tech by Samij. They're just trying to the down 1. He needs to be careful jumping like that because that is going to end up killing him. Samij is on set point right now to advance into the top 8, but the Oxys has been playing so out of his mind. Another whiff punish with the forward 2. Going for a little bit of damage.
And for once not getting a conversion off the anti-air with Samij there. Very rarely do you see anything left on the table from this man.
Oh, and the ball roll finally paying off for Samij. They're going to get the life lead. And flipping him yet again with the forward 2. Now Samij has a breaker. He's not going to use it.
Oh, and lucky didn't get trip guard there. It was Deoxys trying to do the down 1 DP. It's not going to work out. He's not going to get that second bar in time, and Samij is going to close it out. 3-1 over Deoxys. That was an incredibly hype match. And a rare hype match with Katana on the screen, if I may say so myself.
Definitely not. I am not one of the, not a fan of Katana. If some might say I'm not a fan of Katana. But at the same time, Deoxys played absolutely phenomenal, as did Samij. It was a great set to watch. Unfortunate for that drop in the first round. Might have been able to change the momentum there.
And let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from that match. And we've got a few lined up, and let's take a look at it. This is in game number 2, and that risk from Deoxys. I'm sorry, it's actually game number 3, and there's that wake up 1-1-1 to turn things around for Deoxys as he takes that momentum.
And it's so smart to know the gap in that meaty setup that Samij happened to miss time, and that's really what gave Deoxys the round there. Take a look at it here. Deoxys getting some corner damage of his own. Right when he was still sitting on that first round win, misses the punish, gets the beautiful damage, and this is actually what closes out that match. This is what puts Deoxys on the board, which is really what he ended up wanting. Taking a look here, Deoxys sitting on that momentum that he wanted, even though he got the drop in that first round.
Yeah, this is with his back to the wall, and that's where Samij actually blocks the first part of the X-ray. Looked like he probably fuzzied a little bit, not expecting it that early in the round, and got caught with the second overhead. Great stuff from Deoxys.
And here, Deoxys was in such a good position to take us into a game 5, gets the combo, goes for the meaty setup, and he still did not know to try and go for that grab. And then he goes for the float gimmick, and Samij, beautiful presence of mind, just roll right through that and roll right into the top 8.
Yeah, very good presence of mind from Samij there, and have the character knowledge to roll that setup. The down 1 DP didn't go for a counter poke, luckily, as we see down 1 DP hit so many people trying to counter poke that down 1, and very smart stuff from Samij to clutch it out, and he's going to advance in the top 8.
Absolutely. So we'll be seeing him on Wednesday. But now next up, we have Echo Fox's Scar going up against CEOD Full Autos. CE, what does that stand for?
That is, I am actually not 100% sure, but our admins,
Right?
our admins are going to be
obviously is clean kill.
Our admins are going to be quick to let me know.
Yeah, hopefully we can get some answers on that. I want to give a shout out to Full Auto's new sponsor,
and
definitely very well deserved.
It is cutting,
in my opinion,
cutting edge
gaming. Okay. All right, well, Echo Fox's Scar going up against Cutting Edge Gaming's OD Full Auto. No doubt we'll be seeing Smoke going up against Full Auto Jackie. I would pretty much say, I think it's safe to say for the entire set, they're going to be sticking with their absolute main go-to characters. Now, Full Auto has had some pretty impressive showings in the back, but to compare it to Scar, who's been absolutely phenomenal, not just in the Kombat Cup, but offline as well. This guy has been an absolute force to be reckoned with, no matter what tournament he enters. Full Auto is definitely in for some chop here, I think. But needless to say, he's definitely had his fair share of upsets in the past. So this still could be anyone's set, regardless of what Scar's credentials are.
and also Cutting Edge, Florida-based gaming company.
I am ashamed that I do not know that, being that I am in Florida. That is good to know.
Big D, the moment that the camera disappears, he's going to grab his phone.
Yeah. I'm like, wait, hold on, man. I'm not sponsored yet. Wait. I'm in Florida. Come on, man.
What was that name again?
Well, you know what? In all seriousness, you take a look at it, Full Auto, it's about time someone picked this guy up. This guy's been rising through the ranks for months now. I mean, it's safe to say this guy started out, being a pretty decent player, but he's had upsets on, I don't even know where to start, just on a ton of top players, like staples in the top 8 in the Kombat Cup. So, Scar cannot underestimate this man. As we said, we're definitely going to see Jackie Briggs going up against Smoke. Both players sticking with their respective mains, no doubt, throughout the entire set here in the top 16. So now going into game number 1, I would expect Scar to do something absolutely crazy because we know
round
he
1
likes to get
fight,
the momentum
EX teleport overhead. But it looked like he buffered it a little bit. It looked pretty close. It looked pretty close.
But he decides to go for the run-up grab. Very smart. Scar getting the first bar meter. Now here comes this juicy damage by Full Auto.
And that's the first stanky leg I might have ever seen in my life from Full Auto. Oh my gosh, that gave me goosebumps a little bit.
Oh, and the punish on the down 2. Scar going to go for the absolute max damage here into hard knockdown. And what is the mix? Sitting here in the blender, Full Auto using the interactable, but Scar almost baiting that interactable. Oh, that was just swaggy. Was that even necessary, Scar, please?
Oh, it is just building some meter, letting the fall kill.
Trying to slide right on it. But it's opened up at the back of the Full Auto, switching positions, trying to keep Scar as close to the corner as possible. Keeping those cross frames, trying to bait out a jump. Scar, just a little bit too ready for it. Hard knockdown, baiting out yet another armor. Scar just sitting very nice and patient with his own blend of being aggressive. Gets opened up by the back 3, though. That is a hell of a mix. Scar opting to quick break, wants this round right now and to go up 1-0. But that is a tough break as Full Auto takes round number 2 and pretty much away Scar's meter. There we go, just going with these stagger strings, trying to confuse and throw Full Auto off his timing, but getting opened up by the mix again. Full Auto going for a setup, but EX Smoke Away will do the trick and put him into the safe space to get some more of this juicy damage.
And Full Auto tried to put the media string he has out there, 1-2, 1-2, and still gets whiff punish from Scar. And unfortunate, but we're still dead even here. Scar still has a breaker, though, just in case things go south. And let's see if he tries to put him in the blender here.
Oh, and this is going to do a lot of damage. Scar going to try and keep it meterless just in case something happens and he's forced to break. Misses the jump-in punch, but that should end up doing it. Pilato just shy of having enough meter to break, and Scar taking game number 1. And just kind of letting it soak in for a minute. All right, so Scar. Now, there did seem to be just a little bit of lag going into that first match. Hopefully that gets resolved. As is anything, it's just one of those things dealing with online tournaments, but it wasn't too much to the point where it deterred. We did not have a Emperor Cool Forever King situation.
Whoa.
That was frame by frame gameplay live. That was awful. And I'm glad that was hopefully ended up situated off stream. Here we go. Game number 2, Scar. Obviously sticking with Smoke, and like we said, Full Auto really isn't going to pick any other character. Full Auto is his character.
And we give him praise so much for being one of the few to have the name of the character that he plays, because some of us just can't do a Big D. I gotta tell you, some of us we just don't have it in us.
Yeah, you know what? It's almost like for Injustice. If you have the name of a superhero in a game, you would expect someone to use that character, said character.
Yeah, and you know, it's absolutely crazy, especially when that character is absolutely top tier, and now we're seeing that connection.
This is extremely unfortunate, but it seems to be fluctuating in and out, finally getting a little bit better. Scar making the most out of it, goes completely invisible, and all of this mix.
And all of this smoke might have disrupted the internet's.
Look at the fear on Jackie's face, and Scar has actually left. Did you see the fear on Jackie's face when she was on the ground?
She was looking up at a smoke cloud.
How wide-eyed she was.
It was like Stephen King's The Mist. It was just frightening.
Hey, one of my favorite movies of all time. I don't care what anybody says. Such a brilliant movie. Now, that's interesting. So we don't know how that goes. Is that on Scar or is that on Full Auto? That's something we're going to need to figure out. And if they decide to take the game. I think we're waiting on words from our admins to see where we... Yeah, all right, so we're getting word that it is up to Full Auto. If he wants to make the set.
He took it.
Did he end up making it?
This man is a savage right now.
Hey, you know what? For the top 8, you can't pull any punish.
Exactly.
Punches, excuse me. So, all right, so I guess according to Full Auto, this is going to be 1-1. He's going to take that game. We do have confirmation from him in the chat, so it is now 1-1. We'll get this King of the Hill set up and go from there.
All right, well,
it's unfortunate to see, but at the same time, it's just...
What I'm going to do, just in case, I'm going to remake the King of the Hill, and I'm going to re-invite both just to try to help out. And we're going to get this match back at 1-1, and we'll be right back from a quick word from our partners here at the Kombat Cup.
All right.
What's good, everybody? It's your homeboy T-Pain. Let's take a look at some cool stuff. Here we go. Boom! Catalyst mints. You know what these are? Energy mints. Amazing. You didn't think I was going to say that, but they are. I'll tell you a little something about this. Vitamin B, packed with it. Caffeine, packed with it. You know what it's not packed with? Sugar. You don't want that. Nobody wants that. You don't want calories. There's no calories in this. It's amazing. It's for your long gaming sessions after that weird date at Taco Bell. You don't want that. You want to be energized. Pop a mint, breath is good, and your energy is up. You know what's even cooler? You can either buy it like this, 1 pack, or you can buy the whole case. You can play Pulp Fiction with it. You can do a lot of stuff with this. So if you feel like getting arrested in the airport, then buy the whole case. It's a fucking briefcase full of pills. Take a choice. Put it in there like that. Boom. Now you're on your way. Catalyst Mints is the energy mint. I'm going to need you to come take 6 of these. Pour them in your mouth. Just open up the...
All right, so welcome back. Now we have the King of the Hill remade. We're going to go ahead and continue on with the set between Echo Fox and Scar. and Cutting Edge Gaming's OD Full Auto. Now, Full Auto did decide to take the game, so it is going to be a 1-1 tie here in the top 16.
And guys,
so hopefully, I don't know what the update is on that. We'll be able to get that going for you guys. Meanwhile, give you a quick rundown. Remember, all the matches are now in the top 16. After this, we will have the Wayne #1 going up against Immortal Angel, Noble Tweedy versus Circa's Forever King, Noble Illusions versus Saki, and Dragon versus Nutcakes, and ScarsUnseen versus Destroyer. So now, just taking our time, waiting to see what happens. Hopefully, the internet connectivity issues get resolved as soon as possible, so we can keep on going.
And let's go and take a look at that top 8 bracket. I believe we have one match set already, and that is going to be Samij versus Instincts, the two that have made it in so far. And once Full Auto destroys my Scorpion, we will have game number 3 of Scar and Full Auto, where it will be 1-1, guys.
And you know what? As unfortunate as it is for connectivity issues to happen, you do have the choice to take the game or not. It happens. Online tournaments, offline tournaments, you name it. That's the standard across. So he happens to take it. We are sitting at 1-1. Scar, no doubt, will still pick with Smoke. He will still stick with Smoke, no doubt. And we'll just have to see if we can make this through the rest of the set without any more issues. But also, if you really take a step back to think about it, both of the games were actually fairly close. So it could have been anybody's game, right? For him to take the game, it's understandable because this is for the top 8. He wants to get up in those points. We have 4 weeks left.
Yeah, and
he wants to be able to participate into the top 8, and you do whatever it takes. If you have the choice, there's no reason not to.
Exactly, and if you look at those points, if we can pull up the points real quick, looking at them, these two are really close. I mean, look at that. Scar there in 8th and Full Auto there at 10th. So, I mean, this is a big difference between top 16 and top 8, and to get even further in top 8 means even more points. There's a big difference. There's a big jump in between them. I mean, looking at this, I mean, the jump is 25 points. So 25 points is 25 points is 25 points. Okay? And that's what separates these men. And we are going back into it. This is game number 3, Full Auto and Scar for top 8.
Round 1.
Here we go. They're going to stick with their respective characters going into the
infected Jinsei. And looking a little bit better here early, but we'll see what happens. And a stand 4 trading from Jackie. It looked like even plus frames too.
And a beautiful trip guard by Scar leading into the restand. And here comes the mix. And Full Auto just not watching his feet, getting tripped up by the forward 1-3 string. Yet another mix, going for some staggers.
Oh, and that's a couple times we've seen the down 1 into back 2 work from Full Auto into some huge damage.
They're just letting the low rip.
Oh.
And a standing 1 anti-air through the animation. Scar getting the jump-in punch. And just tried to throw him off of his timing there. Down 1 into reverse grab. We're going to keep that corner pressure going for as long as possible. Full Auto using that interactable, trying to keep himself away from Scar, but the back 2-1 string proving to be a godsend. Godsend and Scar up 1 round.
Had the back 2 off the run and barely catching the startup of a button that Full Auto had attempted as well. But the only downfall is he put himself in the corner and good blocks. And Full Auto coming off some resources here. He's going to find himself in the corner and potentially in some mix unless Scar decides to go for the damage. He does go for the damage.
Going to go for the damage. Try to put himself in as good of a position to the point where he can and Full Auto lets go a block.
And with all that smoke around him, that was good recognition from Scar to see that actually hit. That was not easy.
Here we go, another back 2-1 string. Full Auto has the option to break, but Scar's going to try and keep it as needless and as unbreakable as possible. And Scar quickly going up 2-1. Here in the set. Connectivity issues seem to be resolved. It seems to be smooth. As far as my eyes, and Scar taking the utmost advantage of it. Maybe not even happy with having to go down a game like that. You know, that's definitely, regardless of who you're playing with, you go down a game like that. That's a it's a scary situation to be in because that one game can mean the entire difference between winning and losing a set.
Exactly. And oh, my bad, everyone. All the blame here. All right.
What'd you do?
I forgot to go AFK in the new King of the Hill.
Aquaman, please. You know what?
I have failed you. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
That's all right. We could talk more about how pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
We can. All right. Okay. If you think pineapple belongs on a pizza, I want to see a 1 in that chat. If you believe it in your heart, deepest heart is content that pineapple does not believe that pineapple should be on a pizza, give me a 2. This is the great debate of our time.
Does not belong on pizza.
Oh, this is tight in the chat too.
I don't care what anybody says. Pineapple is not supposed to be warm, and pizza is warm. By nature, does not mix. Period. Does not mix.
Does a pineapple not sit on top of a tree its whole life and bake in the sun?
Yeah, but it's not scorching hot off of a fresh out of the oven pizza that has a sugary paste and cheese on it. It makes no sense.
Also, if you leave the pizza out overnight, put it in the fridge, and eat it for breakfast cold.
So wait a minute. Now you're basing it off of the idea that pizza's supposed to be eaten cold.
Oh, that's another debate. We'll save that debate for the next time that I screw up and don't go AFK.
Pizza, like the following morning is like so underrated. I'm gonna give you that, but I'm not giving you the pineapple. Absolutely not. I don't care what anybody says. I would much rather see someone put anchovies on a pizza, and I despise anchovies. Pineapple, man. Who puts fruit on a godly food like pizza? Who does that?
Isn't a
you know who does that? People that like chocolate mix.
Isn't a tomato technically a fruit? And is that not what the sauce is made of?
Yeah, but it's a sugary fruit. The paste itself is sugary. It makes no sense.
Is pineapple not sugary?
This conversation is far from over.
We're incredibly triggered here at the Kombat Cup tonight. We had to kill some time. Now, here we go. Game number 4. Scar is up 2-1 on full auto. 2 auto making a switch in costume here, and I rarely see that from this man.
It could be the hidden tech there. But at the same time, it's gonna take a lot more than a costume change to take down Scar. Especially Scar, definitely not happy with that little disconnect earlier. Just playing absolutely lights out. We see now those stagger strings. Oh no, we don't want to. Oh, a beautiful standing 1 anti-air. This should close it out. Scar quickly closing out the first round, on the verge of making it into the top 8 yet again here in Season 2. And full auto, not out of it just yet. Gun's just barely hitting him. And oh no. Oh no.
And still getting the conversion as full auto off that slam. That happened in such slow motion.
That is tough to deal with. Still getting the hit.
Oh, it's
barely missing and grabbing him through the EX face shift. And the chip will do it.
That's why you're losing.
Now full auto on a round to try to tie things up.
Oh my god. What kind of hit confirm? Open up with the back 3. EX smokes away. That was a brilliant whiff punish by Scar. Full auto going to break. And we have a freeze. Not again. Not like
and,
this.
Again, Scar has disconnected. Oh no, this could reach over 9,000 in Savage levels. It's about to, and I know it is.
So it's gonna be 2-2. Dude, you have to think of this. Okay. If Full Auto has the opportunity to take this game, which I think he does, and he takes it, we're going to a Game 5 situation where Full Auto has had both victories by DQ, technically, by tactical difficulty. If Full Auto takes this Game 5, the internet is going to actually explode. It is going to implode.
He took it in 4 seconds. We're in a game 5. Scar on the way, and anything can happen. Anything can happen here.
Oh my God. I don't know what to say right now. We've never had this happen in any situation in the Kombat Cup. Season 1 or Season 2, we have never been to a Game 5 situation strictly through technical difficulties. Ever.
Here we go, guys. This is it. Scar has joined us. And we are going to game number 5 for top 8 between these two. The character select looks okay on our end. That's a great way to judge. And someone picked Infected Jinsei again. Someone is a savage for one. And here we go. Can the connection hold up? Can the connection hold up here?
I am really nervous right now because this is going to be the biggest blow up if Full Auto manages to take this game number 5.
And risking it all early.
See, that's not a good sign. Scar is incredibly tilted after what's been going on.
But luckily, in the connection, Full Auto didn't get the big damage and wasn't able to hit it from 1-2-1-2 into an EX up rocket. And now they're with the back 2. Everything is going wrong for both players right now.
He's going to try and get this hit confirmed going. This is just going to have to play out. It's the last match of the set. Back 1 in the smoke bomb works. Scar finally getting the mixing that he wanted. Full Auto sitting on a breaker to use if he chooses to do so. Gets opened up by the forward 1-3 stream. Breaks immediately.
Ooh, and using the electrical to its best, but Scar all over it. And keeps that string nice and safe with the EX fade. Full Auto had some plus frames, but disrespecting it with Scar.
Needs to be careful. Beautiful hit confirm with the forward 1-3. Don't think this is going to kill, but the lag stops the combo again. But that's going to go ahead and do it. Scar sitting on set point through all the controversy, on the verge of taking the set.
And I love Scar's use of that forward 3. It's so tricky, and you can cancel it late into the 4, which actually puts on some beefy damage. Oh, and Scar looking good here. He just has to hope that the connection holds up to send him in the top 8.
That's the last thing we need to see right now, is for Scar to disconnect.
The ultimate not like this might happen, but for now, it's playing out. And what a reaction for Full Auto to have detected that one to anti-air. This is getting crazy. And even in the lag, we've seen some really good plays from these two.
Oh, absolutely. The whiff punishes and the spacing is still there. It doesn't matter what the connection is. And you see how Full Auto's being so cautious, trying to get as much damage as possible. And Scar having to break it, he's going to take it. Full Auto taking us to the last round. And Scar is, you can tell he's not happy.
And
decides to let the low rip.
Boom!
A little bit of lag still going into play. The back 2 connects. And Full Auto's just going with the little bits of damage. Trying to keep it going. Oh my God!
And that's gonna do it. Not on a disconnect. He actually wins the game to send us into top 8. That is insane.
There's no way this just happened. I did not just see this. I did not just see this.
And let's go ahead and take a look at some of the things that happened in that match. And looking early, I mean, Scar looked so good. Got him to the corner here. Reacting to interactable and getting the full combo there. That is insane play. And this is when the connection was looking good. Swagging him out, going for the Vine. And going for the Vine and doing it for the Vine at the same time.
Taking a look here, you get Scar getting some beautiful corner damage of his own. Went for the hard knockdown there. And just the mixing there, be able to almost punish it, but the hit confirm is really the moral of the story there. That is such a hard hit confirm we would see if Full Auto actually got hit with that EX mode. And that was beautiful. Take a look here, just this mauling in the corner by Full Auto.
And the throw out of the EX fadeaway, and Full Auto was getting control here before the lag out here in game number 5. And in the final round,
and the gravity just not getting that missile hit, but then getting hit by the overhead yet again. He decided to keep it simple there.
Yeah, Scar.
But for the little bits of damage, still 36%.
Scar tried everything to get out of the corner there. He tried buttons, he tried fading out, and Full Auto was all over there in the final round, especially late when he just got him in the corner and mauled him like we saw a couple times. But if the connection would have held up, well, who knows what would have happened. We'd like to have seen that. But that is the way that she goes in the online realm, and the online gods have spoken, and Full Auto is going to move into top 8, and getting the win in game number 5 is definitely going to give him some momentum going into top 8. In the next matchup, we have the Wayne #1 versus none other than the immortal Angel.
As we are all disciples of the Angel himself. You take a look at both of these guys' paths. Wayne had a 3-0 over Newbie, a 3-2 over Fluffy Fawn, and a 3-0 over Anbu Son Goku. And meanwhile, you take a look at Immortal Angel, who 3-0'd Akuma and had a narrow 3-2 victory over Zyfox, and then a quick 3-0 over Forever Blaze OG, which both those paths got them to get where they are now. So we'll go ahead and get that going for you guys. We have about 5 sets left here tonight to see who's going to be able to play on Wednesday. We already have, if you want to take a look at the bracket, maybe they could get that going for us. Samij, as always, just like any other week, pretty much seeing him in the top 8 outside of 1 or 2 weeks. You'll have Full Auto with a technically 3-2 over Scar, but as you see at the top there, Samij will be going up against Instincts. Full Auto awaiting his opponent, and we are just waiting for the remainder of our qualifiers.
Yeah, and let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and go while invites are sent. So while I wait for these guys to come in, I'm going to go ahead and take a look as best I can. Let's see what these guys, where they're going to end up in top 8. If let me, dang, it actually will not let me. So if our admins can find out, do they know who would actually come out to play Full Auto out of the matches that are remaining?
Hopefully we can get a word on that. That would be interesting to see what's going on with that. But obviously, just waiting on Wayne and Immortal Angel, get them in there. Angel, we haven't seen in a few weeks since his crazy debut, really.
It actually should be the winner of this match. And the Wayne #1 has shown up with a Kobu logo under his name.
No. Have all those scalps with Kobu Jutsu Tanya would be pretty impressive, I think, to say the least. But Wayne, we really haven't seen him.
Oh, here we go.
Much at all. You know, relatively new to the top 16.
Yep. The winner of this is the one that's going to be facing Full Auto in top 8. So one of these guys in Full Auto is going to be in top 4. I mean, that's what opens up this part of the bracket when guys like Scarfall and guys like Young Monster and Revit get DQ'd.
Sonic Fox competing offline at Northwest Majors, I believe. Not sure, but pretty sure he's at one tournament offline, so he couldn't register tonight. Revit and Young Monster could not play tonight. They were DQ'd as well. So you say it leaves room for a lot of these other players to kind of grab those points that are so important. But here we go. And he is Kobu Jutsu Tanya. And now Kobu alone is going to be able to do wonders against Angel's playstyle because Angel hates being restand and locked down. He likes to be able to do this. Hit as many buttons as he can, putting a lot of damage on the board. See, and even now on wake up, not holding block, not going to respect anything.
And that was some decent damage from Wayne here, getting some good mid-screen damage. Looked like it wasn't even over and got 30% from one bar. That was actually really good, especially for Tanya. Getting 2 stay-in 4s in a combo, that was sexy.
And Angel's really going to need to tighten up these loose screws. He cannot be playing wacky like this if he wants to take out Wayne.
And the back one anti-airing.
He is just not letting, he's not holding on to block on wake up, and that's really going to kill him if he doesn't change that. We go out of stand. Nice backdash by Wayne.
And already we see some matchup familiarity and some tech from the Wayne, who's making his Kombat Cup appearance here on stream.
You see just this ridiculous amount of pressure. Oh, and the forward 2 by Tanya.
And the active frames.
And that is just the all-purpose move for Hellfire. There we go, just trying to do some damage, and the low comes out. The EX takedown, and the reverse grab. Beautiful stuff by Immortal Angel, closing out the second round. Played a little bit more conservative, but at the same time, he's still going to watch those wrists because that's really what's going to kill him. Going for a break right off the bat. I'm not sure how I feel about that. The combo was going to end right there. Wayne did not have enough meter to keep that combo going. There we go. Nice down one to end that pressure in Wayne's tracks. Oh, and this is going to be juicy damage, but he drops the combo.
That could have potentially been Half-Life into a mix.
Oh, absolutely. A nice backdash, meets him in the air. Beautiful air-to-air conversion. And that should end up doing it. Oh, but Immortal Angel breaks it, still has a chance here.
Oh, and a nice down 2.
2.
All he needs is 1 at this point, and that's going to do it.
No. No. Angel, no. And that is going to do it. I don't believe it.
The legend,
Immortal
the prophecy.
Angel with a beautiful air-to-air conversion.
The prophecy is 2 games away from being fulfilled. Trying to get back in the top 8 as Immortal Angel. This man on a warpath. The gods have deemed it so far. And we'll see what happens here in game number 2.
And you know what? It was written in the prophecy, in the Elder Scrolls themselves, that Immortal Angel would eventually make his return. But now we're taking a look. Wayne has immediately switched to Pyromancer. This might actually work in his favor, but at the same time, Pyromancer relies on the air gimmicks and getting away and using the air fireballs. And we've seen a million times that Angel is not afraid to go around crazy, jumping all over the place and going for the teleports. So if Wayne wants this to work, he needs to play much more of a ground-based game. And otherwise, you're going to get hit confirmed like that. Yeah. And letting go of block, but still no conversion by Angel. Goes for the EX takedown.
We've seen Angel drop a couple.
He's starting to seem a little bit more comfortable. Oh, very nice use of the breaker there right before that nice chunk of damage from the purple dust. And just the base in that move. So good.
Round 2.
Wayne melting Angel's life in round number 1. Oh, it does get the cancel. Could have got a nice conversion off of that, especially into the corner. Gets a nice grab it instead. Wayne pushed now into open space as Pyro Tanya is a very, very good position for him. You're seeing just this insane, like, fast-paced gameplay. It goes for the hard knockdown. Trying to go for the little bits of damage.
And Angel not used to people blowing up that gap as often as Wayne has, but wow, that was some savagery. I've never seen someone use EX Flame Aura like that. Just in a neutral.
I didn't know there was a meter burn version. I'm going to be completely honest with you. And that is just the level of savage and wackiness is just at an all-time high. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You're taking a look here. Angel gets the hit confirm, uses the interactable, but now he's stuck in the corner, and we've seen that's exactly what he hates. But that aura, an all-purpose move. This won't quite kill, but he's going to be in a chip-out situation. Can he make this comeback? Oh, it doesn't use the flame aura and the chip damage from the aura and the teleport. Angel is now up 2-0 on Wayne.
Scorpion wins.
And
I mean, after how close the first game was, you're seeing now that Immortal Angel has come back, and now it's a 2-0 lead right now. About to get his third top 8 here in season number 2.
I believe it's second.
I believe it was second.
Yep.
I believe it was second.
As always, the admins will double check us. The moment that we say something like that.
I'm pretty positive this is second.
But the prophecy is ready to get refilled. It's been so close a couple times where he's tried to make it back in the top 8, and tonight could be his night, and the Elder Gods are ready for his return to Ascendance to take his place amongst the Kombat Cup elite.
Now, he went back to Kobu Jutsu. I think that's the really smart move to make here. He seems to really know how to lock down Angel as Kobu as compared to Pyro. Pyro was more of a zoning variation. It had a little bit of rush down, but with Kobu, it's strictly rush down and keeps Angel on the ground. Oh, should actually kill. Gonna keep it simple. Nice chunk of damage. Wayne quickly taking round 1, showing that he's not willing to let the prophecy be fulfilled. Oh, and a missed time down 2 is gonna force him to eat all of this pressure right now.
Immortal Angel trying everything he can to get out of pressure and return to his playstyle. He wants to be on the offensive the entire match and finds himself on defense, and he's falling apart quick here. Oh, and there's the active frames on the Flame Aura. And one mix, I mean, could turn things around. Scorpion gets some big old damage, risks it all though, comes off the breaker, still needs a miracle, and might get it here. Only a real master.
Not like this. Not like this.
Oh, and risked it all on another teleport was Immortal Angel.
He went full Angel, and it just did not work. Wayne was scouting that from a mile away. Wayne putting himself on the scoreboard, still sitting at a 1-2 deficit. But it's a start.
And that was a clean win. As long as he can keep up that pressure, it looks like Immortal Angel doesn't have an answer for it, as he wants to play his game the entire match.
And obviously, he's going to stick with Hellfire the entire time. There's no reason to get away from him. It's been his bread and butter. It's what started the legend in the first place. We will never see this man switch from Hellfire. The day we do, the prophecy itself crumbles. But now, the momentum is there. That's really the hardest part about getting it, especially against a character, against a player like Angel. Wayne has a little bit of the momentum, but he doesn't want to throw this away.
And Immortal Angel, who is so close to another top 8. I mean, 6 of the chevrons are on the Stargate right now. He only needs one more to get in the top 8 when the portal opens and this man walks into Ascendancy. And we're so close, guys. One game away, and look at the start from Immortal Angel here in game number 4.
Nice chunk of damage off that grab with the Flame Aura active. And this should actually do it. Gonna put him on set point. Boom, just like that. Angel sitting on set point, ready to make his second top 8 here in the Kombat Cup.
And the Flame Aura once again. A little bit of a lag spike. We're still able to get an overhead off of it with some added damage from the Flame Aura itself. And now the connection falling apart a little bit. We'll see what happens here.
Are we gonna get another full auto situation here? Hopefully this smooths out, but they're going to try and make the best of it right now. Couldn't get the conversion. Wow, nice down 1 anti-air there, but still no follow-up. And this is tough to watch because you hate to see this kind of thing happen.
And these two fighting through it. We haven't got a disconnect yet.
There we go. It seems to be much better. Should be able to get right back to normal.
And whiffing through each other, and the backdashes have been fantastic from Wayne, not dealing with any other fireball cancel off of the 4 and 2-1-4. But now just getting staggered to death. And that should do it, and Immortal Angel has made top 8 once again here in the Kombat Cup. The god himself.
It's unfortunate to see the lag come into play like that. But you know what? it still was brilliantly played by both players. There's nothing really else to say. Angel continuing on with the prophecy, making his second top 8 of the season, and we will be seeing him on Wednesday. Also, I can never pass up a chance to blow up Aquaman. I have received word from the chat by ScarsUnseen saying that it is 8 chevrons, not 6. Hold that, Aquaman.
Whoa. I said 7. Okay. My bad. My bad.
That's okay. You know what?
There's
Everybody makes mistakes,
yeah.
man.
So in my head, I was remembering a song that was referencing Stargate, and they said that it was 7 points on the but it's 8. It's 8. Hold.
All right. So now next up, go ahead and take a look over here. We are going to have Tweedy going up against Circus Forever King. That's going to be another interesting one. Take a look at Dragon, who has played Katana. I mean, he has a Shinnok. I mean, even with Katana, he has all variations of it, depending on who Forever King's going to play. But you take a look at these players and their character arsenal, they're going to probably bounce off each other. I expect to see a few different character switches from both players. We'll go ahead and wait for them to get in here. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess there was a little bit of a miscommunication here.
Dang it. There are 8. I had to Google that. My bad. But yeah, actually next, next we're actually going to have Dragon versus Nubcake. So we're bumping it to accommodate Nubcake's going to work.
Oh, I got confused. I was talking about Dragon and Forever King.
Yeah. This is actually going to be Dragon versus Nubcakes. Forever King has to play.
He has to play Tweedy, I believe, doesn't he?
I believe so.
I'm going to go ahead and scroll up just to make sure. Don't want to get anything wrong. Yeah, it will be Noble Tweedy versus Circa Forever King. But I guess we will have Dragon going up against Nubcakes right now. A bit of schedule conflicts. We're going to try and adjust a little bit, let Nubcakes play his set so we can make it off to wherever he needs to be.
All right, so let me go ahead and invite Sir Dragon and Sir Nubcakes in here.
Now, this is going to be an interesting one because Dragon has definitely played Shinnok in the past, both Imposter and Bone Shaper. When you take a look as well, Nubcakes has been a devout Shinnok main for a very long time. I'm not sure if he's playing Shinnok anymore, but he has extensive knowledge of the character as well. So it might work against him going up against a player like Dragon, especially with Dragon, who not only has won final round with Imposter Shinnok, he has a Katana that knows that matchup inside and out. So it will be very interesting to see how this one plays out. Take a look now. Just looking at the past, Dragon had a 3-1 victory over Work, a 3-0 over Brownfellow, and a 3-0 over Vendetta, while Nubcakes had a 3-0 over Sin 7, a 3-2 over Mingled Jester, and
Mingled
another
Jester,
3-2 over Titanium Tigers.
So they had that's a
Mingled
really good path.
Jester the God.
That's a really good path from Nubcakes to upset 2 Kombat Cup staples in Mingled Jester and Titanium Tigers. And we saw Titanium with that freakish run last week, upsetting even before us now, Noble Dragon. And these two are in, and Dragon going with Katana against Nubcakes, who is on Shaper Shinnok, as we see the staff, or whatever, the little thingy thing that shoots the thingy thing that Shinnok has at his wayside.
The thing with the thing that goes a certain distance to him and the thing. Right, yeah.
The very fast dark beam projectile that is incredibly annoying. Okay? The thing that shoots the thing.
So the thing is shooting the thing. He threw the thing, gets the first hit from the thing, and here we go, getting a combo of his own. Fan whip into play. 39%. And he's going to opt to go for a little bit more of a rushdown playstyle from what it seems like. Here we go. Just raw throat slice to establish the fact that he does not care. And now that he has the life lead, he's going to take his time, get the little bits of damage. Beautiful hit confirm here. And he has all the room in the world to just back up, build some meter for the second round. A down 3 shadow kick. Dragon immediately taking the first round in a lightning quick fashion. Oh, beautiful run up by Nubcakes. Probably could have whiff punished that, but didn't feel comfortable with it. Go down one into the EX staff grab. Dragon is playing as just such a fast pace of close.
And just dared him to press a button after that shadow kick and armoring. And that is just something that takes all of your momentum away when you finally think it's your turn and your opponent makes the read to guess that you're going to press the button, and they just try to take the breath out of you, playing at such a high level. And Dragon's going to get a huge combo off the EX Glaive, and this is going to be close.
Yeah, he had to break that. That might have actually been death, but now he's sitting here, going to have to deal with all of this zoning, and that was going to do it regardless. Dragon taking game number 1, extremely fast. Just a massive dominant performance right now. Nubcakes really couldn't do anything at all. We saw him get probably about 2 combos off that match with a chance to really get something started, but he wasn't expecting any sort of wake up. Both times Dragon woke up, both times it succeeded, and that's what gave him the space and the life lead to work with. So now he's going to go right back into Bone Shaper, not willing to give any other character or variation a try. I mean, he's been a devout Bone Shaper main, to my knowledge, for probably since the beginning.
I knew of a time, first couple weeks of the game, when he mained Grandmaster Sub-Zero.
Oh, please. We all did at some point. Come on now, let's be serious here. Maybe not you, because back then Kodal's Sunlight had to take an armor, so...
Heyo!
Heyo, golden days. So now, Nubcakes already looking much better, scouting that wake up finally. Gonna get the restand on his own. Oh, it just used the armor to get away from that pressure as soon as possible to try to even out this life lead.
Speaking of Kodal, one of the probably top 3 characters that we do not see on the Kombat Cup, hashtag buff Kodal.
You know what? You can't just ruin my night with statements like that.
Let's just
okay?
let's just trigger everyone in the chat right now.
That's like saying Lao is no longer viable. Like, please spare me. Yes. But even now, as we're talking about this, Dragon going for down 3, integrating reverse grab, very smart, narrowly taking that round. Nubcakes looking much stronger though than the first match. Taking his time, making sure, if anything, his back stays into open space. And that is definitely a trade in his favor. Dragon going to make the most out of it, get some juicy damage, and still has all that space to work with. Wow, beautiful tech like Dragon protecting the back grab. Oh, beautiful back that share. Dragon ready for it, going with the float cancel. You see now just the amount of chip damage that he's been dealing. Just some of the payoff of being this impenetrable wall that Dragon is. To build the meter, deal some chip damage, and just keep that life lead. Oh, and a beautiful neutral jump punch. This might actually take it. And it does. Nubcake with the jump punch from heaven.
Final round.
Narrowly taking round number 2. Keeping himself in the game right now. Because the last thing he needs right now is to go down 2-0 such a quick fashion.
And very rarely do you see Bone Shaper outzoned, and Dragon had to have picked it just for this purpose. That glaive, one of the few that can give that Dark Beam a run for its money, and getting the rod jumping as Dragon tries to throw the monk. The man was just trying to sit there in peace.
He was just praying, man. He wanted nothing to do with what was going on, but Dragon, being the savage that he is, not only throwing the monk, but now dealing all of this damage. And that's death. That does so much damage, that EX staff grab. Dragon now up 2-0 on Nubcakes. Nubcakes played much better that game, but it still was not enough to close that game out. So he needs to tighten up those loose ends if he wants a chance to come back. Dragon definitely wants to get top 8 this week with a lot of the people in front of him in points. Unfortunately, out this week, unable to play. So the higher he can get in placements, that's where he's going to want to be to get all these points to further solidify his chance in the finals.
Exactly. And one game away here, another top 8. And the guys that we saw last season, I mean, they're not in the position that they were last season, where this late they were pretty much locked in. And I think we had 4 or even 6 spots locked in this late.
Now this is
in the season.
Completely different story. Oh, Dragon narrowly getting that first hit. Get the extra bar meter. Gonna use it to his advantage. Oh, nub kicks with an input error. Could have got a beautiful hit conversion there. But gonna pick up right where he left off. Getting some nice damage there. Going for a little bit of an unorthodox stagger there. What has Dragon to the corner, which is definitely what he wants right now. Does not want to let up now. Dragon just getting out of the corner as quickly as he got in. Nice little swaggy reverse positioning there. And just look at all of the chip damage. And the 1-1 lift anyway. Dragon sitting on set point, looking to make quick work of nub kicks.
Round 2.
Here in this opposite stage. Just taking his time, backing up.
And every time checking with that EX kick, just in case he goes for the meter burn, wants to blow up the gap and actually get a punish. And this looks like such a smart pick from Dragon. Oh, and
it really seems to be that Marshall spit paying off. I think he's doing much better now as he would if he went Royal Storm or Assassin. Has a chance to keep Shinnok completely away, especially since he did not opt to go Imposter. Bone Shaper only has so many options from full screen. Down 3 into the Dragon, into the DP. That is going to do a lot of damage, but the drop and no meter for a breaker. Nutcakes going to take round number 2, hopefully trying to keep himself in the game here. That is not a good way to start off round number 3. Gets opened up by the 42 string, leaving to 31%. EX interactable to make sure he gets out of the corner. Takes a little bit of Dragon's meter with him, and the back 3 connects. But an unfortunate drop. A little bit of a scramble. Nubcakes proving victorious there. And all of these little bits of damage. Nubcakes trying to keep himself in the lead here. Being that he doesn't have enough meter to work with, the next hit could do a lot of damage. And that is a beautiful trade, but still the distance was not enough. Or it was too much.
Oh. And one Glaven barely making it over the first one, but doesn't make it over the second one. And that is going to put the nail in the coffin for Nubcakes tonight. As Noble Dragon makes it in the top 8, and we'll see him on Wednesday.
Dragon, please, with the failed attempts at a fatality. Please. Nubcakes, really not much you could do about it there towards the end. I mean, that was almost guaranteed chip. But Dragon makes it into the top 8, granting himself another chance at not only some money, but the points that are, in my opinion, equally as important.
Exactly, and that is going to set up our next match, which is going to be a clash of the Titans here, and that's going to be Noble Tweedy versus Circa Forever King.
Now, this is an interesting one because Tweedy has been, for the most part, absolutely unstoppable. Forever King has had a few bumps in the road here and there, but at the same time, still a strong enough player to come back from those mishaps. I expect this to go down to the wire. If I was a betting man, I'd say this is going to be at least a game 4 situation. No, there is no way either one of these players are going to get shut out. Not a chance. Forever King, too many characters in his arsenal to work with. No doubt has been working on the Possessed Kenshi matchup because of what Tweedy alone has been able to do. Tweedy's really the person who put Possessed Kenshi on the map when everyone else thought that he wasn't a good character. And that's a serious thing to consider here, being that Forever King does not take any matchup lightly, especially when he has to watch it in the top 8 so consistently.
I'm just happy.
So you know King did his homework.
I'm happy Dragon left the King of the Hill finally.
It's not even a salty. You know what? He's having that celebratory Lunchable.
Oh,
we talked about this.
Yep.
And what Lunchable do you think it was? I'm thinking it's maybe the ham and cheese. He's got to keep it really.
It's definitely the ham and cheese because
it's Dragon.
Yep.
He's not going to take a risk with that.
Exactly. No risk. Keep it nice and easy. It's got the layer of cheese that he likes. The man loves him some cheese, as he's always talking about his Kraft mac and cheese. You can afford the better brand, right? The Kraft Is that even cheese? Do we
I
know
don't
that?
even- You might want
Do
to
we know
at
that?
least get Velveeta. Dude, tell me Velveeta's in your top 5 cheeses of all time.
Velveeta is okay. Velveeta with shells with some pepper.
Oh, my. Wait, what?
Yeah,
You put pepper on your pasta? You know what?
I do.
I'm not doing this. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to stay as civil as possible. Okay? You do whatever you want. The last thing I need to hear, though, is if you choose to have mint, like mint ice cream. I just don't. You can't trust anyone that would choose mint as a chocolate or an ice cream flavor over anything else. 100%. With all those flavors, if you pick mint, you are actually a spawn of Satan.
I'm a really deep northerner, so my ice cream is different from everybody else's. Black raspberry, sir. That's an ice cream.
I'm not going to say
you don't even find it down here.
Black raspberry because I have not tried it.
Yeah,
myself.
it's actually hard to find, but that is the northern tech right there. If you guys have never partook, King, I hope that you invited your opponent as well.
All right, so they're getting that stuff going on. I'm not even going to get back into that pineapple pizza thing. We're going to move on and talk a little bit more about what we got going on tonight. Taking a look at the path between both of these guys. Tweedy had 3 O's across the board over Zagiano, Mr. Noobs, and M2S Blackout, while King had a 3-0 over Kakashikage, these names, and then a 3-1 over Emperor Cool, who, if you guys don't remember, was ended up being finished off stream. But Cool actually 3-1 Biohazard. So Biohazard lost to Cool, who lost to King. That's a pretty big statement in itself. So just a little background on these two guys going in here into the next set.
Yep, Forever King just has to destroy my AFK Scorpion, and we will get the next match in here for you guys.
All right.
Who in the chat wants to trigger Big D even more with their food choices?
It's the worst, man. If you're sitting in an ice cream parlor, okay, and you're looking at all, you have birthday cake, you have caramel, you have salted caramel, you have cookie dough, and then you see mint. If you choose mint over all of those, I never want to speak to you in my entire life. Period. It is just you and me cannot be friends. Pineapple on pizza, same ordeal. I'm giving Aquaman a pass because I've known him for so long. I'm going to let that one slide.
That one, but all the rest are just...
Think about it, man. Rocky Road, fudge brownie, mint. Like, what is it? Where do you think that mint is actually better than anything else that's offered at an ice cream store? Salted caramel is the absolute goat, and I don't care what anybody says.
What
cookie doughs?
What Girl Scout cookie do you get?
The peanut butter. It's the only one.
Oh,
only one. Peanut butter is the only one.
I'm a Samoa boy. What's up?
What the hell even is that? I don't even think that's in Florida. Like what?
That
what
is
a Samoa
that is a graham cracker cookie, caramel, chocolate, and coconut.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with coconut. I used to hate. It's actually growing on me. I'm okay with that.
All right, we have our match. We will talk about food another time. That is confirmed the best way to kill time on Kombat Cup, as the chat still loves to get engaged. But here we go. This is a clash of the Titans. We got Noble Tweedy versus Forever King, and oh my gosh, the Savage down
the names
to
are switched. Remember, Tweedy is playing Possessed. King is on Crystal.
There we go. That down to, like, almost made my heart skip a beat. How early that was. That was just a read out of the gate from Forever King.
Okay. Someone say garlic ice cream. Can we ban that man real quick, please?
I've got a 10-minute timeout
Let's move
on deck.
Tweedy getting some ridiculous damage. King opting not to break, and this is pretty much going to put him in a chip situation, and they're going to trade quotes. Tweedy sitting on half a bar meter going into round number 2. King on a full stick of butter. No doubt King is going to do everything in his power to switch positions. Beautiful flash parry, but just a little bit off on the timing to get a full punish from the interaction. Oh, and a clean jump in. This is going to do a lot of damage. Going to end up sacrificing some damage to switch positions. Very smart move. The down 4 coming into play here. One of the best down 4s in the game. Has crazy hit advantage. And you see Tweedy going for these back ones a lot as an Oki because he's trying to blow up King's flash parry, which is a very big deal.
And he's going to get knocked down here. And he should just be eating this chip.
There's really nothing else you can do. Let go of block. They don't want to get taken.
What's fantastic about this pick is that if Tweedy decides to wake up with that infamous over, wow, that is just a savage down two. He's using it perfectly. Is if he decides to wake up with that double hitting armored overhead, if he has that armor on and lets go during the second hit, that's a full combo right there.
Oh, and just getting blown up with that, and Tweedy just not willing to just sit there and take this damage. Forever King sitting on 2 bars. This is very dangerous if you're Tweedy. And just like that, King taking game number 1 against Tweedy. Crystalline Tremor proving to be a very strong pick against Possess right now.
Yeah, this is a pick that I've always liked on paper. That armor disrupts a lot of stuff that Kenshi tries to get going. All those demons are single hitting, and just letting go of armor on one of them gets you in immediately. And if you get on top of Kenshi with no bar, I mean, he has to hold a lot of mix from Crystalline. And King.
Well, you know what? And also at the same time, you look at it from the other point of view. Kenshi still has some of the tools to blow up the flash parry and the armor with the teleport, with the back one itself is a huge
back
tool.
one alone is.
Round 1.
It's a massive tool. That's all the Oki game you need right there if you're Tweedy. But a beautiful flash parry and a reverse positioning, getting the back one string to connect. And you see Tweedy going for the staggers into the grab, trying something a little bit different to try and keep King on his toes and make him respect all these different options that he has. Another stagger in the grab. There's that back one we were talking about. Definitely the biggest godsend in this matchup, and Tweedy much more dominant here in game number 2.
Round 2. Fight.
Flash parrying out. As we've seen him start a couple rounds already, that seems to be a go-to for Forever King to try to get his opponent early. He's starting the round with a flash parry, but what a conversion from Tweedy to get him back in the corner too.
There's that back one, just mistiming it a little bit. Goes for the EX teleport to try and get the armor, but either way, proving to be successful. And that was just so good. That entire match was all Tweedy.
What a turnaround!
That was a landslide.
Pay your respects.
It looked completely different from game number 1. Just a different player showed up
There is a new
and
king.
looking very strong there.
You take a look at everything that happened in that second game, how Tweedy just changed his Oki game up a little bit, went for the staggers, way more grabs in that second match. But on top of that, to be able to stuff all that armor between the down 3 into that EX overhead is really just what sealed the deal. He just, at that point, you knew Tweedy was in King's head the entire game. So I have to see if King can really come back for that. Tweedy looked much better than he did in the beginning.
Fight.
In that back one, King just letting go of block, getting hit by that, not to mention getting hit by that overhead, and a huge punish on the whiff down 2. And he got as much damage as he can. 40% on the dot.
And that
run up into the back grab, I approve.
And if you're Forever King, that puts it in your mind. You know, those down 2s were working early in that very first game, but when one gets punched for 40%, that kind of puts in the back of your head that maybe you don't want to throw him out like you just were.
And a flawless to keep the momentum from the last game going. King needs to adjust and fast. And the back one eating the flash parry, just like we talked about. Such a brilliant tool in this matchup.
And getting the teleport in, didn't have any bar, and once again blowing up the flash parry with that back one. It's just here, one button, get out of here.
Oh, it just misses the conversion, but at this point, Tweedy's just sitting so comfortably right now. But the mix by Tremor, I mean, you can't count him out just yet, let alone what King himself is capable.
And the armor going away, barely. If King would have held on to that armor, might have been able to absorb the second part of that meter burn special and potentially get a punish. But the armor ran out right as the special move came out, and that is unfortunate. And Tweedy taking these past 2 games so fast and adapting on the fly here and about to make it into another top 8. which is just one more to the plethora he has.
So well, after King doing so well in game number 1 and Tweedy making those adjustments, that back one was everything that last game. And now going into it being up 2-1, King now locks himself in for the remainder of the set as Hishkuten Predator. He has a very mean Predator that we don't normally get to see. So this could actually work in his favor if he could bait out those EX overheads.
This was at one point in MKX competitive play. Number 1 in the scene was Forever King's HQT. I mean, back-to-back majors, back-to-back over the champ himself, Sonic Fox. He was so strong for a couple months with this character.
Smart this into play. King finally getting a little bit of zoning on his own, but the trades are always going to be in Tweedy's favor. There's another back one there to try to blow up any armor attempt that King might have put out, and that's going to do it on sitting on set point after what seemed like only a minute. Going from being down 1-0 to now sitting on set point. Just trying to build as much meter as possible while dishing out some damage. King on a full stick of butter. Down 3 into the laser. Going to try, hopefully, to get something started with this cancel pressure.
And the smart disc doing the work, but Forever King not able to do his part. Yeah,
I would go out on a limb to say that King is a little bit shaken right now. I don't think he knows what to really do against Tweedy's possessed. Oh, and just drops the hit confirm. That is not something you want to do when you really need this round to give yourself some sort of chance to come back. Baits out the EX overhead, has a chance. The down 2 by Tweedy. And baits out the armor, or the X-ray. And Tweedy taking it over Forever King. Lightning speed 3-1. And it really was a landslide. After that first game, it was all Tweedy. I mean, he played like a bat out of hell. Those were some of the fastest matches we've seen in a while that had nothing to do with Samij.
And let's take a look at a couple things that happened in that match, because, man, what a turnaround from Tweedy to get us going here. This is in game number 1. This is where King looked so good. King sitting on 3 bars, great use of the armor, flexed up, and just he was able to apply his pressure, and Tweedy had to respect that hit of armor that was on Flex Lean Tremor because his wake-ups were not going to shatter it, and he would have eaten a full combo for his efforts. And here we go. Tweedy trying to go get him some dinner, baits out the X-ray, and punishes accordingly, and that is going to do it for the night.
I mean, at that point, Forever King might as well just thrown out the X-ray. Tweedy probably would have blocked anything else. The only thing he might have been able to do is go for a wake-up grab. It's so underrated as a tool, but, you know, awesome stuff to Tweedy for being able to take out a player like King. And on the other end of it, King did take a game off of Tweedy, but just couldn't adjust in time when Tweedy got that ball rolling. So Tweedy we will end up seeing on Wednesday in the top 8. King eliminated in the top 16, but still grants himself a little bit of points. So really nothing to be too salty over.
And looking at that bracket, let's see who's if anyone else is matched up right now. And both nobles in top 8 for once don't have to play each other. Dragon and Tweedy notoriously run into each other based on the seeding and coming out of pools, but they will actually avoid each other completely on opposite sides of the bracket. And as of right now, there will not be a noble team kill. But if Noble Illusions wins this, there will be, as we got Illusions versus Saki on deck. Invites are just now going out. And Immortal Angel versus Full Auto. That is going to be a slobber knocker right there. Man, these matches are going to get crazy. And there will be, unfortunately, as we see in most weeks in Kombat Cup, a double team kill in round number 1 if Illusions wins this. But never count out Saki. This man brought some hype in season number 1. Had a couple good runs in season number 2 so far, but hasn't been able to make it as far as he did there in the first season.
Hey, now here's the real question that we need to ask ourselves. Is Illusions and Saki going to do a Claw Mirror? Because
we can
Illusions has a few other characters, but at the same time, I mean, Quan has always been kind of his go-to character.
Absolutely, and you know, from a spectator's viewpoint, that's something that we would love to see. And even if, you know, it was 2 different variations where, let me go ahead and I'm going to remake the King of the Hill, because they were unable to join. And I'm just going to give us a nice fresh start in our last 2 matches for the night. And yeah, I know that Lou doesn't like the Quan mirror, but
yeah, he's definitely he hasn't been a fan for it. But you have to take a look. If he's not going to go Quan, who else is he going to go for? We've seen his Reptile improving every single week, so there's a good chance that we might see that he might go for that crazy rushdown play style to kind of keep Saki frozen in place, because Saki, we know, can be as wild as possible, but it always seems to be calculated because it always works. Those sky drops, he's one of the only people with such a high success rate for those sky drops to actually connect.
It's actually savage, his connection rate on sky drop, and he should have gotten an award for it a long time ago.
This man, you would think he could tell the future knowing when to actually do it. He has at least a 90% success rate with those sky drops. But you take a look at Lou, who not only Reptile, like we're talking about, has a Cassie, a brawler Cassie that would do very well against Quan Chi in general. So he might consider bringing that out.
Yep. And
I mean, he has a Kotal. I don't see him going Sun God Kotal in this matchup with fear of being zoned out so easily by Summoner Quan.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. When Kotal had his back one, I mean, this was actually a really tough matchup for Quan Chi once Kotal was in. I mean, that back one, there was almost nothing he could do after it. By -2, 6-frame buttons coming after. Kotal messes up Quan's game plan. Well, he used to mess it up so much. But that was another time, and Kotal definitely gets hurt by the zoning. And wow.
Oh, absolutely.
And while we wait on him to kill my AFK Scorpion, we're going to take a quick word from our guys over at Catalyst Mints, and we'll be right back for the next match.
Got it. All right, and welcome back. So now we're hopefully going to get right into it. We have Noble Illusions going up against Canada's own Saki. Now, like we said before, Lou despises the Quan mirror, so we'll have to wait to see who he picks.
And shout-outs to Illusions for picking Blood God in the AFK kill, where he's put on that totem and 4 combos later, and have a nice day.
Well, also you have to think of it. Maybe it's foreshadowing. Who knows? You might see that Blood God Kotal out.
If he
maybe
picks
to mitigate the risk.
If he picks Blood God against Summoner Quan, I might actually like shed a tear a little bit, because it's
rest in peace to our boy Kotal.
Yeah. I might actually have a funeral right here on the broadcast.
Yeah,
I will dig the grave right over here.
Until he gets zoned out and you end up getting PTSD on camera.
Now, if he gets in and gets one hit, different story. Because that's all Blood God Kotal needs.
The blood, sweat, and tears is going to take to actually get in, which is why he's going to go with Reptile. Sticking with Nibble. His Nibble's been looking very solid. Thank you very much for going AFK, Mr. Aquaman.
Yeah. Shout outs to the
here we go.
Shouts to the voice in my head on that one. Thank you.
Just sweet baby.
You guys are real MVP on that one.
Shirt,
I would have owed the entire NRS scene.
For shame.
I would have owed the entire NRS scene a nice Hawaiian pizza after not going AFK. But here we go. Saki going with Sorcerer, which is pretty rare for him. He usually comes out the gate with Summoner. He loves those bat setups.
Almost as much as you love bad pizza. And here we go.
Hey-o.
Breaks right through that armor. Oh, gets opened up by the back too. This is where Illusions wants to keep Saki. This is the only way to keep Saki under control.
And wow, what a pickup from Illusions. And yeah, that's pretty much guaranteed. It's so meaty, safe on block. I think 3 hits, does decent amount of chip. Great way to end it from Illusions. And it was a great pickup when he had the Basilisk out and anti-aired with the forward 4.
Oh, and a missed time down to anti-air attempt. It's leading to all of this mix and all of this damage. Gonna get the hard knockdown again after this down punch into that armor. Down 3, into the grab. Saki looking much better here in round number 2, and just letting that armor do all the work for him. Saki with round number 2.
That's what I call the money pit, because once you're in it, you just have that feeling. Oh, that was a great air skull to get out of that. You have that feeling of just everything floating around you that you want, and you know the armor is just raining on you, and you feel safe. And there's no other feeling like that. But Illusions in the final round here in game number 1, looking so strong, making all the right reads. Hasn't let Saki get up the portal yet, and just disrupting the game plan. And this that ball is going to come in no matter what, full screen to track him down.
And you see, Illusions had the most success when he stayed on top of Saki. The moment he backed away from Saki, that's when Saki took over. To keep him locked down, that's exactly what Illusions wants to do. And on the flip side, if you're Saki, you want to get that armor portal up and stay as far away from Reptile as possible. At the same time, I would expect him to go to Summoner here. I think Summoner is the right choice. More options from full screen as compared to Sorcerer, who really might be able to get a trade, but the slow force balls are going to occupy that space that is really his job to do.
Yeah, and full screen, if he can get an acid bubble out when he's trying to get up a portal and then throwing an acid spit, that's a potential armor break, you know, almost instantly. Even full screen, and that acid spit is so fast to where it can check him trying to get that portal out almost every single time, even if he gets a knockdown with the rune.
Round 1. Fight.
He's going to decide to stick with Sorcerer instead of making the switch. See if he might be able to make something happen here. For the down 3, can you keep it simple, go for the grab, I respect it. And a beautiful punish, you're going to keep it nice and simple, as meterless as he can. And here comes our armor portal.
And guys, that last match, Tweedy actually overtook 3rd place in the points over Sonic Fox. So congratulations to Tweedy.
Huge moral victory.
And if Illusions is able to pull this out, he will take over the 6th spot in points from Rewind. And we talked about it earlier, that Sonic Fox Rewind, those guys not showing up this week, already seeing that in effect.
And this is only the beginning. There's no telling what's going to happen later on in the top 8. But
Empty
the back
jump.
3 trip guard.
He just empty jumped into back 3. This man is a little bit of a savage, and it worked out perfectly.
And another trip guard. Wow, and that is one hell of a that was one hell of a punish there. He's gonna try and move in, try to switch positions, gets eaten by the back 3-2. And he believed, decided not to spend the bar, very smart move. But if that back 3 connected, it would have been a completely different story. Oh, and that is not something you want to happen. This is going to do a lot of damage in the corner.
Oh, and a big drop.
He just dropped the force ball.
Saki's being very stingy with his meter right now. Did not break that early and has lost so much health for it. And a great reaction, Illusions. That was a perfectly played round.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. Illusions gets that ball rolling. Saki just has too much trouble, and he ends up crumbling under pressure. But the moment Saki gets momentum on his side, he's very hard to stop. Maybe Saki needs to start going a little bit more into the Saki tech. You know, the sky drops, the jump kick in the sky drops, empty jump in the grab. Just kind of mix it up a little bit, throw Lou off of his game. Or maybe at least go Summoner, but he really seems like Sorcerer's the right idea here. He's thinking about it. Maybe he might make the switch. No, he's going to stick with Sorcerer the whole way through. You know what? Maybe he knows something we don't. Maybe there's just something about Summoner that just makes it too hard of a matchup.
Yep.
But he's really going to need to try something different because what he's done so far has not worked.
Or maybe there's something with this variation here that we don't know about that he just hasn't been able to get going.
That's very true as well. Oh, standing one, narrowly clipping, but getting that meter advantage. Get some trades, and there you go. Reptile strings too fast and just eating that armor.
And wow, what a start already from Illusions, who's only 1 game away, and all the right reads. almost got him with that down too. Man, let's see if Saki can turn things around here. He's going to need a miracle. Is he going to go for a quick reset? Nope, he is not. I have expected him to go for some hit stun into the purple portal, try to take that meter off Illusions. He's going to try and play it safe. And should have got the armor back by now, and he does. But already
Very
get him off
smart.
it.
He knew that Saki wanted to take the hit of armor and trade with that string. This combo is not going to kill, but that puts Blue in chip territory, and that will certainly do it. Saki showing a couple signs of life, you know, not ready to pull the plug on the life support just yet, but he's going to need to do a lot more than just take a round.
Your resistance puzzles.
Here we go, just taking his time, going for a little bit of a zoning approach. Lou going for the 4-4 slide, and here comes Lou. This is all the aggression that he really wanted from the beginning. And a beautiful hit confirmed.
And keeping it. Oh my gosh, what? That was
smart.
So
That was
smart.
actually a punish. It was an actual punish.
Saki finally in the driver's seat. Approaching him with his back to the wall, that is the armored portal. Keeping it safe, even on approach, if he tries to get punished.
Oh,
but that is a no-no, sir.
Threw that round away.
Didn't have the breaker to back it up. Not yet, anyway. And that was a huge risk from Saki. And that gave Illusions a little bit of life as he's trying to close this out now.
Oh, no hit confirmed there, but no whiff punish either. The neutral jump punch misses as well. This is actually a scramble, and Saki finally going to be able to put some solid damage on the board.
And finally goes to the purple totem. And was unable to open up Illusions.
The totem, you cold.
Oh my gosh, yeah. That's actually multiple times that I have been called out on calling it a totem. Alright, he summons it from the ground. It's the same animation.
Moment of silence for our boy Kodal.
Oh!
Oh, and the down two from downtown.
If Illusions would have committed fully that string, might have gotten whiff punished, but the throw on the end of that string is actually hard to whiff punish as it has great priority. And that is going to close out for Saki
So beautiful.
if he lands this combo, which he does.
Oh, absolutely. Execution is not one of Saki's faults. So now Saki finally getting on the board. 2-1, a very close match. Illusions just made one too many mistakes, and Saki with that beautiful backdash read and with punishing accordingly. Definitely got him the win. Very well deserved. So now he's not out of it yet. We're seeing him kind of spring back to life here, kind of starting to wake up a little. But Lou is going to stick with Reptile.
Yep, he has 2 games to play with. It's what's worked so far. Stick to it. If it doesn't work here, you may want to look for a switch because the download may have been completed at that point, and you may have to throw something new at Saki to try to recatch him off guard, just like you did in those first 2 games.
Absolutely, and we'll have to see what happens here because Illusions, he was playing just like he did with the first couple of games, but at the same time, he got a little bit more careless, and that's really what cost him that match. But now we're seeing just this full-on 100% aggression by Lou.
This is MK9 style Reptile. So many dashes that we see.
Also, you take a look at the backdash with punish again by Saki. He's been really on point with his spacing.
Ooh.
But that is not something you want to do. There we go. Illusions getting right back into the mix.
Oh, and running just past the portal and did forward 4 slide, which would have broken it regardless. Unless Saki would have done a crouch block, but was out of the armor portal range, which is pretty rare. And any trade with that EX Trance is a good trade for Guan.
And the read of a lifetime.
Oh, and went for it again, but that is a no-no with 2 projectiles coming right at you.
He's taking his time. Going for the little bits of damage. You're seeing Lou kind of back off a little bit because he does not want to get hit by the back 3. And this is really trouble because Illusions might have a bar meter after the next combo, but he's not going to want to use it at this point. And there's the hit of armor. Saki staying alive, taking round number 2. Saki's in a really good position right now. He has all the room to back up if he chooses to do so. Immediately takes that tick of armor. Illusions needs to be much more patient.
What a reaction!
The back 2. And this is looking so much better for Saki. Gonna get the full-on combo into the corner. Illusions has no meter to deal with this. And this is looking very grim. We might be going to a game 5. Nice tech by Lou.
Oh, and
the
between
down
the
2.
gap, the armor.
Just mashing it. I have to respect that.
That was perfect. It didn't let Illusions get a chance there to try to sneak back in that round, and that is absolutely savage. We're going to a game number 5 out of nowhere. Saki coming back, and with that pick to stick with Sorcerer looks so good right now.
I was 100% a non-believer. Do not tell me we're going to see. Oh,
we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see the Sorcerer mirror. There are going to be portals everywhere. This is going to be just like watching Doctor Strange.
Hey, man, don't spoil us. I still haven't seen that. Don't blow me up. No, don't blow me up. I know I heard great things about it, but also you have to think about this matchup. We mentioned Lou hates the mirror. Now he gets Saki away from his armor portal, which is really what he wanted in the beginning.
Oh, it got him out of the startup of the portal. Very good stuff from Saki.
Wow, and that was a whiff punish on the air skull. Saki gonna get some damage of his own, and the portal will be into play, giving him the momentum for the zoning. And this is just mind game after mind game, zoning at its absolute finest. And a run-up grab by Saki. This is what we were talking about. This is what Saki was more known to do.
Finally getting the portal up is Illusions and getting the hit. Saki's going to probably be forced to break here. And wow, great stuff from Illusions.
So smart by Illusions to not go for the full string, to switch positions and keep himself in that portal to make his 50-50 save. That's really all he had a chance to do at that point. And that is not a punish. Illusions getting a punish of his own, back to the trance, hard knockdown.
Not breaking was Saki there. That might be a... That might cost him
And a
here.
punish again, baiting the punish with a punish. Punishception. Illusions looking so much better. But a standing for trance. This is going to do max damage. Hard knockdown into the portal.
And the EX rune catching Saki, not respecting the second hit, and Illusions. Wow, it's jumping through! That was so smart! Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen. That was some Quan Chi at its finest.
That was crazy. And Illusions overcoming his hatred for the mirror and coming out on top over Saki.
And that was...
taking it 3-2. And that was technically... Saki did not take a round in that mirror, so that's... I'm sure Illusions is pretty happy about that.
And guys, we got a bunch of highlights on this one. This was an epic of a match going to game number 5. Let's take a look. Take us there, Big D.
All right, so here we go. Taking a look here in the very first game, you saw that he was using Reptile's fast strings to his benefit to blow up that hit of armor, and it's just an absolute mauling in the corner. Use the Basilisk, and there's nothing else to say. That was just domination, and went for the guaranteed chip there. Very smart by Illusions, knowing the weaknesses with Quan, and we see here, still with this corner game, absolutely dominating. It just, that's really, and you talk about it with any other character, you want to keep Quan in the corner for as much as possible, and this was the aggression that we saw really paid off for Illusions.
Yeah, especially early, but it was after game 2, and Saki right here, it was about dead even. Playing it perfect here at the end and getting him back in this match, and was able to finally play his game, and that whiff punish was incredible.
That you could feel the momentum change in the air with that. Not to mention, that had to feel good if you were Saki. On the verge of being eliminated 3-0, then comes back with a backdash whiff punish like that. But then you take a look at game number 5 with the Quan mirror.
And it was looking good for Saki early.
Guys.
But it was right there. Saki just tried to put up a portal right in front of Illusion's face when he himself had just put up a portal, and that turned the tide there in round number 1. And then at the end of this round, everything just went crazy. Both these guys got portals up. We're going through them, and was not expecting the EX rune there. Portal for portal. Knew that Saki was going to try to get back in there. And waking up on the second hit of the EX rune, and that was an incredible end to the match for Illusions, and he's going to move in the top 8.
And you talk about the character knowledge of normally we call Illusions a character specialist with Quan, to know that that armor, the second armor tick, must have just gotten there when he went for that jump in. So that's the presence of mind you have when you're a character specialist, to know that you can do that sort of thing when you have the timing down to a T. So brilliant stuff, and we'll be seeing Illusions on Wednesday. And for our last match of the night, probably the one I've been waiting for. I am a fanboy of ScarsUnseen. I think her Cyrax is undoubtedly one of the hypest things to watch right now. And we're going to get to see her go up against Destroyer, Circa's own Destroyer. So that is going to be a tough one.
And what is on the line? The last spot in top 8. Let's go and take a look at that bracket to see where they are going to end up. Samij, Instincts, Noble Dragon, Noble Illusions on the top half, Immortal Angel Full Auto, and Tweedy versus the winner of this on the bottom half. And that is going to set our Week 9 top 8 for the week. But we got one more match, guys. It ain't over yet. The hype ain't done. We got 2 of the hypest here in Kombat Cup going at it. And ScarsUnseen in her first top 16 of the Kombat Cup, fresh off her winning conquest, looking to get in her first top 8 ever in her path. One of the most consistent Kombat Cup players, Destroyer. And here we go, guys.
Wow, and that was extremely quick. So here we go, getting right into it now. Scars is going to come out swinging. You can already tell that she really wants this top 8. Now, Destroyer is no slouch. This guy has made top 8 numerous times, but he's going to have to be ready for everything that Scars is going to bring to the table. And this is where Scars shines. Going to get the mixing damage. Oh my
That is just, they fund the blockable to start us off here, guys.
Oh no, it doesn't block the low on that string. Destroyer getting the flex up, putting Cyrax in the corner, and that's where it gets destroyed. There we go, using that to at least get out of the corner, but doesn't block the 4-1-2-1. Destroyer taking her from corner to corner.
Putting on the flex,
And
coming in.
quickly as Scars had the life lead, Destroyer took it away.
That armored up forward 1-2-1. Unable to stop it coming in. Looked like she went for the startup of a 4-3, but didn't get active enough as it has a big startup animation. He's going to go for unblockable. And good blocks from Destroyer.
Wow, and the block by Destroyer, that was amazing. Still getting hit by that low. She needs to be careful of that. But here we go, overhead in the dream. Destroyer immediately breaking. If she can open up Destroyer one more time before he gets that flex up, that's where she wants to be.
And just knew that he was going to have to jump, not wanting to deal with any kind of mix-up with that bomb on the ground.
And here we go. This is the setup that we were talking about. Just drops into the combo. Thankfully for her, forward 3 connects. And we are going into round number 2.
Final round, fight.
Wow, and the neutral jump punch, that was a read and a half. Bomb in the play.
The blocks from Destroyer so good.
You have to give it to him. His defense has been incredibly on point.
And she's so good at baiting out those air-to-airs by putting that bomb on the ground. Try to wake up.
And just gets beaten with that meter burn. And this is tough. Destroyer gonna no doubt take advantage of this. Flexing back into play.
And hitting on the way back.
Hitting, take advantage of that. But she has no meter to work with.
Good crouch from Destroyer. And almost swatting right out of the air and catching the backdash. And Destroyer's going to take game number 1 here. That was so close. These two are giving us a show already in the final match of the night.
That forward 1-2-1 string is an absolute godsend this matchup, because that is going to no doubt catch Triborg in general, Triborg's backdash 10 times out of 10. That is just such a far advancing string that there is no way to back out of it. If you are in chip territory, you are dead. There is nothing you can do about that. But at the same time, ScarsUnseen, not playing bad, is showing off that she still has the execution, had a little bit of drops here and there, but the main thing she needs to keep in the back of her head is to stay out of that corner. But Destroyer is doing such a good job with positioning, it's going to be very hard for her to do that.
In the blocks, already blocking 2 setups that we saw go probably 99 for 100 on Thursday, as far as people not being able to block them. And she was only 1 for 3 on the fun blockables this time around, and let's see if things can change.
Yeah, but you take a look also, aside from Destroyer being extremely aggressive and having it pay off, you look at his defense and being able to block all those setups, it has to be kind of confusing Scars. Maybe she really doesn't know what to do here.
Ooh.
And the flash parry with armor for days. And this is just going to be chip out. Nothing you can do about that.
And yeah, it's very interesting because Scars is now being put on the defensive, which is something she may not be too accustomed to, always being on the offensive with these setups. And, you know, if she's unable to get them going, you know, a breakdown in her game plan may happen, and as we may be seeing already.
And now she's having the right idea. She wants to stay as aggressive as possible when Destroyer doesn't have that flex in his way. Because when he gets the flex like right now she needs to be careful. The backdash will be caught every single time. She has to be careful. That Destroyer, beautiful presence to mind of knowing that, especially Cyrax, the mobility lacking. Hopefully, as a last-ditch effort, gonna get that bomb play.
Oh, here we go.
Low profiles, the flash parry, that could be huge. And just Destroyer just lets it happen.
I think that she may have done an input error, but seeing the whiff down 2 may have triggered Destroyer to press a button. We've seen stuff like that from Sonic Fox, where he'll put something super negative in front of you to have something in disguise.
Catching that backdash every time. As Cyrax, you're going to have to deal with that pressure head on. Couple key drops, but still Scars doesn't have the meter to break.
And there goes
and the
her
legs
feet.
are off. Destroyer seemingly making quick work of Scars right now.
Tremor wins. Flawless victory.
And that was a flawless to close us out. And he's got one more game to go if he wants to make it back in the top 8. It's been a while since we've seen Destroyer this late in Kombat Cup and doing this well. I mean, it's been a few weeks, and it's been a struggle here in season number 2 for him, and he's trying to get back in form.
And you know what? And I like the pick with Tremor because as Hish-Q10, the last thing you want to do is throw out a smart disc and get eaten by a net, especially against Scars.
And
Scars is off of Cyrax.
We've never seen her come off of Triborg here on stream and going to Jackie Bay.
Okay.
I think that she wants
now
to shred
she's
that
locked
armor.
in for the remainder of the set, so she really is on a last-ditch effort here. We'll have to see if it pays off. It's going to be really tough to deal with, especially with Destroyer being so on point now with his pressure. Hitting armor thing. I can already see. So she wants to go for more of a zoning playstyle, just kind of keep Tremor away from her. +6. Scar's gonna have to hold all of this, but still not watching her feet again.
Great presence of mind from Destroyer.
Destroyer could have got a little bit more damage off of that, but he's gonna keep it nice and simple, having the life lead that he does.
And a clean jump in.
Wait.
But didn't have the
Oh,
stamina.
no, she doesn't-
It doesn't break the armor on the
I
X-ray.
am surprised that didn't break.
It's not enough, and Destroyer swagging out with X-ray in round number 1. It's okay, folks. He'll get some meter back.
ScarsUnseen trying to make something work with her Jackie, but she is on her last legs, on the verge of being eliminated in the top 16. While Destroyer sitting very comfortable right now, has all of the momentum he could possibly ask for. In the corner, flex back in play, and the punish on the armored attempt, and this is looking like it's going to be pretty one-sided. Interactable as a last-ditch effort, and the chip itself. End up Destroyer a quick 3-0 over ScarsUnseen. And the brutality to close it
And
off.
one of the nastier ones with the stalag.
Oh, it's
is it
so good.
is it stalagmite or stalactite if it comes from the ground? Isn't it stalagmite?
I'm gonna say either or because I don't want to get blown up for saying the wrong
Me
thing.
either. But anyways, the rock that
I'm gonna
comes
say
through the
you're
ground
right
to
no
come
matter
through
what.
her
Okay,
skull,
you're right.
and just all the nasty things that.
We have Warbot on the chat. It is tight if it's on the ground. Stalactite.
Shoutouts.
I think that's what it is. But you know what? ScarsUnseen made it this far into the top 16. It's her first top 16 in the Kombat Cup anyway, so congratulations to her, and a big congratulations to Destroyer for moving himself back into the top 8, where we haven't seen him in a really long time.
And we got some highlights from that match, and that was a very, very dominant performance from Destroyer.
Oh, absolutely. It was a very dominant performance. Aggression really was the name of the game here. You take a look at it.
Very early, getting the corner.
Pressure was just so suffocating.
And looping back into the flex perfectly. And she tried so hard to get him off that flex, and it just wasn't enough as the unrelenting pressure just kept coming from Destroyer.
Even taking a look here, like we said, the corner pressure was an absolute necessity going into this matchup to keep Scars on the ground and on the defensive for as long as possible. And the flash parry through everything. You had time for a cup of coffee and you still get through that, and just the chip right there. Very smart stuff by Destroyer. And you see, even now, when ScarsUnseen was stuck in the corner, she did everything she possibly could to get out of it, got that bomb to work, and this was really interesting. That low profile was really what helped her get this round. She whipped it down too and just kind of confused Destroyer, managing to take that round, which is really what kind of showed some life. But then moving on into the Jackie decision was smart on paper, but even there, a key drop, and then the X-ray somehow not even getting broken, and Destroyer taking the first round because of that X-ray. No doubt, Scars would have gotten him off of that meter if she continued that combo. But looking here, last match was just an absolute mauling in the corner. Not much she could have done about that. And the chip damage alone would have killed it. And Destroyer solidifying himself into the top 8 here in week number 9.
And congratulations to him. And our top 8 is set for the week, guys. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket. And look at that beauty. That is going to be it for the week. We're Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. These 8 combatants are going to battle it out for cash and more points than they just competed for tonight. And going down from top to bottom, we got Samija versus Instincts that's going to come up first. And that's going to be a matchup that we really rarely get to see, which is going to be a Takeda Melina matchup on paper. And then we've got Dragon versus Illusions. Noble team kill there. Illusion's probably going to stick it out with Reptile unless he feels really, really threatened. That's really been the pattern here recently. And Dragon has his patented katana and Shinnok always at the ready. Immortal Angel and full auto, a slobber knocker. Hellfire Scorpion, full auto Jackie. It's going to get crazy there. And Noble Tweedy versus Circuit Destroyer. I don't know what their head-to-head is, but that is going to be exciting. That's going to be Possessed Kenshi versus Flexoline Tremor. As you're going to see, I know that he does not like Predator in that matchup. So that is going to be at top to bottom, and that's going to do it for us tonight, guys. And let's go and take a look at those points going into top 8, and they are updated. So as we said earlier, Tweedy moving above Sonic Fox, and Illusions moving above Rewind. And Illusions versus Dragon is going to happen in top 8, and look how close those two, 5th and 6th in points. We'll see if one of those can get a bigger lead on the other. And there's so many headlines that are going to go into top 8. So that's going to do it for us tonight, guys. I want to give another shout out to all of our partners. Catalyst Mints, I can't say enough about them. I've made exquisite love to that case more times than I can say here on the Kombat Cup. But 3 mints equals 1 energy drink. 1 tin of these equals 20 energy mints, which equals to about 7 energy drinks. So looking at costs, it's actually very effective for you. Go check them out at catalystmints.com. Use discount code STREAMING to save 5%. These things are all natural, no sugar, no processed bad stuff for you. So go ahead and check them out. And Smash.gg, the online platform that we use here. If you're a tournament organizer, if you're a player, check them out. If you're a TO, it's a one-stop shop to do anything for your tournament, whether it's online, offline. They got all the tools you need. And if you're a player, look no further to try to find a tournament to compete in. And Stream.me. Follow them, twitter.com/streamme. Give them a like, follow, retweet. YouTube.com/streamevids. Go ahead and subscribe where you can find all the previous broadcasts. If you miss out on any action here in the Kombat Cup, Conquest, and or any other thing that we've got going on here at StreamMe. And Instagram.com/stream_me. Give us a follow there. If you're looking to stream, look no further to get partnered. It's so easy, guys. Create an account, stream, get 50 followers, get partnered, get a 70-30 split in your favor. Also, the customization options are so good. I mean, in the chat, you have your own avatar. You can have your own emotes without even being partnered. I mean, it's such a great site. They really let you stream yourself, and that's really something that they push there, being named Stream Me in and of itself. And it's a great platform. And also thanks to our guys over at Arazi, wonderful gaming chairs and gaming desks. They got a couple other products as well. Go and check them out. Use a huge discount code StreamMe and save you 10%. I happen to be sitting in one of these bad boys, and I got to tell you, I feel great. And looking at Wednesday's top 8, it's going to get crazy. It's going to get hectic, and we can't wait to bring it to you guys. But also don't forget, to everyone that did not make it in the top 8 tonight, go ahead and sign up for Conquest. Thursday, 8 p.m., same place. Go ahead and sign up. Second chance at points for you guys. Points are...
We talk about it all the time. There's only... Now we're coming down pretty much, we're going to call it 3.5 weeks left of this season. So those points are getting ever more scarce. So make sure you grab them while you can.
Exactly. And that is going to close it out for us tonight. And we want to thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts for watching, and to everyone that competed in Kombat Cup. You guys are really the real MVPs here. And the links are up in the chat for you guys to go and register for Conquest. And we will see you guys on Wednesday at 8 p.m. for Top 8. That's going to do it for you tonight. Thank you very much. Big D, final words?
No, just thank you guys for your continued support. We couldn't be here without you. So just keep that support, keep that love going, and we always appreciate it.
Absolutely. We're going to close out on some highlights covering the entire night in case you got here kind of late. And we will see you guys Wednesday at 8 p.m. You guys have a good night.
Good night.